Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to the Monday stream. It is the 3rd of November. It's 11 o'clock in the morning where I am at. And it's good to have you. I hope you are all doing well. And yeah, like I said, and I hope you've enjoyed your weekend and your time away from the clutches of capital. It's important, I think, for all of us to have some time off and yeah, to regroup and enjoy what it is to be human outside of the economy, of course. Internet friends, love Jeff, good to have you. www.friends, Cheese Swift. Sorry, She's Swiss. It's good to have you as well. Thanks for doing the roll call. If you are watching this, let me know if you are hanging out today. Let me know if you're lurking. And we are going to be going down or re-going down the Militant Mondays pipeline. So last week, I'm not sure if you remember, but we started off with a Militant Mondays segment which was curated by none other than our revolutionary Indoctrinathan, and he basically put together a playlist of like kind of explaining the trajectory of Australia's working history, uh, from settlement and the colonial origins, and like how the convict kind of story was one of the same with the workers' story within Australia, and how kind of convict stock and like the development of the convict labor situation turned into a free labor situation. And that's kind of how Australia has gotten its working culture. And so we're going to go into that same playlist today. And then we're going to be finishing it off, hopefully, so we can move on to other Militant Monday things. But we're going to be going back and forwards between Ireland and the British Isles, and then how what's going on there politically reverberates throughout the world and gets to Australia. And we're going to be looking at the Eureka Stockade specifically, which I think a lot of people are aware of. In the Australian context, a little C4 knocking at your door, ready for Militant Mondays, sir, Ninja Nurse. It's good to have you. Jag, be here for a bit before I head to a show. Judging if we're in November now, and knowing your record, you should be at least up to your your 50th show of the year. So I hope it is well, whatever it is that you're going to. I hope you do enjoy it. It's things like this, actually. It's shows. It is that type of stuff that the original socialists were actually fighting for. They didn't want workers to be, working 16-hour days, then going home passing out, and then waking up the next day and starting all over again. They wanted there to be a bit of time for working people to, all right, fine, we have to live in this economy, we have to work in this economy, then we work for 8 hours, we have leisure for 8 hours, we rest for 8 hours. And so, like, going to shows, getting involved in communities, social production, so just your family life generally, getting involved in endeavors outside of work and rest. There is a whole world out there. There's life outside of work. And if you can develop yourself as an individual in whatever case that is, culturally, artistically, intellectually, whatever endeavor with some type of skill or some type of development, that's the embodiment of the working class struggle within a capitalistic context. Beyond that, I think the worker struggle is to push for an economy where they are able to make the calls and they're in charge of what happens. But before that happens, they do struggle within the context of capital, and all they want is the ability to enjoy some of the pleasures of life and things outside of just producing value for someone else. So hope you enjoy your show. Now, like I said, we're going to be continuing with the Indoctrinathan playlist. Last week, he had curated a playlist that we went through, and we looked at the United Irishmen's Rebellion. So there was a rebellion in island where they were kind of trying to get some type of political independence from from their British or from their English oppressors, and it was such their oppression, the Irish, that is, at the hands of the English oppressor, that they were able to unify along religious divisions. So the culture wars of the day was the culture war that was happening between the Protestants and the Catholics. And so, like, even if you're a fellow countryman, if you're of one religion and somebody was another denomination of Christianity, you usually fought very, very hard, even to death probably, against your religious opponent, and that was their culture wars back in the day. And they were able to put away this United Irishman rebellion. They were able to put away their differences, unite, even though they were of warring factions within Christianity, and tried to fight for a level of Irish independence and autonomy against the English. And that movement, actually, there were convicts that came to Australia as the English were coming here and setting up the colony. They were kind of people that were part of that United Irishmen's Rebellion. They ended up getting into the colonies within Sydney, or the colony within Sydney, and then going to work at various, I guess you would call them, labor camps, where the convicts were sent, and they kind of were concentrated in a particular area within Sydney named Castle Hill, and there was a battle that happened at Castle Hill where people that were part of the United Irishman Rebellion back at home then like brought their organizing ability, their skills for agitating and wanting to fight against the English oppressor. They brought that to Sydney in the colony, and they led an uprising against the English establishment in the colony. It was crushed and systematically by the sounds of it, but that sort of culture was brought here from Britain, and it's the culture of resistance and struggle against an oppressive authority, an imperialistic state within a capitalistic context. And so I think one of the main lessons that we had last week, and this is what I took away from it, was this idea that Australia should recognize its shared heritage, in that the people that have been brought here to basically labor, to work and produce value and establish a capitalistic economy, a market society on Australian soil, those people have a shared history of oppression, and that oppression is with the English imperial project, not with like English people specifically, because the English people that we have today weren't around 200 years ago, but like against English imperialism and the idea of resource extraction and labor domination by an imperial power that was doing that at the behest of, I guess, English corporations, English finance, and the English bourgeoisie. And so, if anything, the Australian population that is descendant from that convict stock that was brought here should be able to find a lot of solidarity with the indigenous population that was here, that was heavily oppressed and destroyed by, again, English imperial oppressors. And I think a lot of the migrants that have come here throughout various waves of Australian history, migration history, would be able to find solidarity with that type of stuff, because a lot of them were fleeing wars and oppression themselves. And so there's a shared struggle, a shared history of escaping oppression. And I think that is what needs to be held if we're going to think about how you get some solidarity back in the Australian working class. It's a shared history of oppression, especially focused on the English imperialist tendency. So we should find some solidarity there, that like the working people of Australia have always had to fight against the establishment, and they have violently tried to control Australian workers um, in throughout our history. So it's something that we could all rally behind. I think was the important lesson for me. Internet friends have the best knife parties. Interesting. Is that a reference to Knife Party and the song? I wonder. Because Ninja Nurse, I think, put that in Discord recently. Welcome Dilemmas, by the way. Yeah, had put that in recently, and I'd never actually seen the video clip for that song. I remember the song when I was young, but I never saw the video clip, and it's a mental video clip. It is right mental. So let's get into part two again. Thank you to Indoctrinathan for putting the playlist together, and we're going back to Ireland now. Oh, we're going back to the British Isles now, and we're moving now into the Chartist movement. So there was kind of an uprising happening, or at least a movement happening in Britain, or in the UK, let's call it, in the, I don't know, the early 1800s, so 1830s, 1840s, to try and get working people in this new industrial powerhouse that was being this new capitalistic industrial nation. It was trying to get working people some political autonomy within that system. So there was a massive push, and this centered on this thing called the Chartist movement. And they were, like I said, they were trying to get working people, or people that were not, from the privileged classes, in on the game when it came to being able to be politically active. And so we're going to learn a little bit about that. And that's going to, obviously, that sentiment is going to transfer across, or throughout the empire, but transfer across to Australia. And that's going to lead to political agitation in Australia, as well as people start to see what's happening around the world and say, no, we all want, if we're going to be working, if we're going to be producing value, then we want to be respected, and we want some room for our own political expression in there. And so we're going to have a look at that now. Yes, it is nice to hit millennial maturity when the meme hits, and the Simpsons references always hit. That's funny. Yeah, there's a lot of Simpsons references, I find. Even within, what's the one below Gen Z? Alpha, I think it is. Yeah, I've heard a lot of references to Simpsons stuff from their culture, their internet culture, and I wonder if they even know the derivations of it. All right, let us go across, and we'll get a little bit of context for ya. Like I said, we're going to the UK, and then we're gonna move across to see how that affects the workers' movement in Australia. So this one is called "What Was the Newport Rising? A Brief History of the Newport Rising." Indoctrinathan, kill me, in a video game. It's Monday. Yes, it's Monday. We're back. We're back for the working week, and yes, I hope. Like I was saying early, whoever was catching the introductions right at the start, I hope you all had a good weekend, and you were able to get away from the clutches of capital. If not, I hope you were duly compensated, either by some type of mad penalty rates, some double time or something like that, or you got another day off somewhere else to make up for it. So, like I said, we're going to move to look at what the Newport Rising was all about. Let's have a look-sees, shall we?
On the 4th of November 1839, thousands of Chartist sympathisers, led by John Frost, marched on Newport, South Wales. They were protesting against the detention of fellow Chartists being held at the town's Westgate Hotel, and the rejection earlier that year of the People's Charter, calling for the democratic reform of Parliament. At least 22 were killed in the ensuing clashes with troops, and the leaders of the rising were later convicted of treason and sentenced to be hung, drawn and quartered. Who were the Chartists?
Hardcore, man.
Chartism is regarded as the first national working class political movement, calling for democratic reform.
So that's in hardcore. Like today, when we think about political agitation and stuff like that, where we get upset when the cops spray people with pepper spray, or hit people with rubber bullets and all that sort of stuff, or push people off private property or off the sidewalk and hurt someone, and like we do get upset about that, and like fair enough. We don't need any aggression by the popo. However, like these people, when they were demonstrating for political autonomy to get some democratic reform in their favor so they could get in on the action, they were willing to die for it. It was like what we have seen recently in Nepal with the Gen Z revolutions, that have been taking hold across the globe. But like what we saw specifically in Nepal, if you were there, we did a live interview in one of the streams with someone who just came in to the Twitch stream and wanted to chat. And then I did a podcast recently with 4AS, and we spoke to two people from Nepal, and they were telling us about what was happening there. And these Gen Z protesters in Nepal, they were putting their lives on the line. 17 of them got killed. I heard multiple, like the three people I've interviewed so far about the Gen Z revolutions, they all mentioned that they know someone that was shot. And one of them was talking about he saw in the street from his unit above, as there was a scuffle on the street, he watched someone get shot in the head by police officers. And then they had like some boiling water and in a pot, and they were throwing it on the cops to get them to disperse and stop firing on the crowd. So I'm not saying that by in today's standards we're soft. It's just that like people really, in order to get this stuff, which we seem to be freely kind of giving away now in this day and age, you would know, as we usually discuss things like the Dark Enlightenment and how we're moving in a direction that is justifying the end of like democracy, basically, and justifying the end of political freedoms, and particularly human rights, if in the for the sake of being more secure, and being protected from certain heinous individuals, whatever the justification is, we're willing to give up on democracy and like picking our leaders, or at least being involved in the political process. But these people, literally, they died for this. They gave their lives so we could vote. And at least that was considered a standard and a universal right. And I think, this is why they do say it's important to study history, because if you don't understand how you got here, then someone can rewrite it for you, or they can basically pull the wool over your eyes anyway. And if you don't have any understanding of the context, then you don't appreciate how you've gotten here. And you can easily be tricked and fooled into giving up things, giving up your fundamental rights. And like these people, they died for it. A lot of people did die so we could have access to politics. I'm not going to say democracy is exactly, because we all know how hard it is to define what democracy is, because there's so many different versions of what democracy looks like. And if the systems that we have at the moment of representation, are they even democracy? All that sort of bullshit. But let's just call it political activity. People being allowed to not only speak about politics, but actually get involved in the political process. That's what these people fought and died for. And we are giving that up. And, if only we knew how many people had to die so we could have this luxury, maybe we would protect it better. I don't know.
Its People's Charter called for a vote for every man over the age of 21, the establishment of a secret ballot, the abolishment of the property qualification to be an MP, payment for members of...
Isn't that interesting? Like two things there. The secret ballot. Like, imagine going and voting and like people knew who you were voting for. Like it's a big thing to keep it all secret nowadays, but wasn't always the case. Even if you did have the right to be politically active, like people knew what you were up to. It was no secret. So you voted differently, that's for sure. And like no property qualifications for a member of parliament. That's scary stuff. Fuck landlord. Yeah, so like the property qualification is an interesting one, because that's how you ensure in a bourgeois system that only the bourgeois, or really people that are associated with the bourgeois, are making the decisions, if you know what I mean. Like you can vote for whoever you want, hey, but like you're not going to get a representative unless they're from the property owning class, if that makes sense. And if, bourgeois society capitalism is founded on bourgeois property rights, so the ideas of private property, which specifically is not like, you having an iPhone and it being yours, because you are in possession of it. I'm talking about property rights being the idea to hold, property that you can get rents off, extract rents off, like in like owning property that adds value to the economy, important property that helps you make money off it. And so for a long time, that was the case. If you wanted to get involved politically, you had to have property. So you had to be a man of good standing, and you could like demonstrate to society you were worth being able to represent others in parliament. We don't need that anymore. You can be technically, living in poverty and like still seek to become a representative in the political process, which is important, again, in terms of our political freedoms.
Parliament, constituencies to be of equal size in terms of population, and annual elections. The population of South Wales at this point was largely working class, with employment centred around the coal and iron industries. These industries were largely owned by wealthy English families. This stark economic inequality, compounded by low wages and poor working conditions, drove thousands to Chartism. It has been estimated that there were around 25,000 Chartists in Glamorgan and Monmouthshire alone. On the 14th of July, 1839, the first mass Chartist petition...
What a historic day. I wonder if they did this on purpose, but the 14th of July is the exact same day as the storming of the Bastille in France. So that's pretty much where they put the start of the French Revolution. Very interesting. I wonder if they did that on purpose.
On the 14th of July, 1839, the first mass Chartist petition was presented to the House of Commons. It was over 3 miles long, with over 1.2 million signatures. However, MPs rejected a proposal to even consider its aims by 235 votes to 46. This led to Chartist violence across the country, including the Bull Ring riots in Birmingham. Tension in South Wales was further heightened by the conviction of Henry Vincent. Vincent was a popular Chartist leader who was particularly active in South Wales and the West Country. On the 7th of May 1839, he was arrested in London under the instructions of Newport magistrates for participating in a riotous assemblage. He was later convicted at Monmouthshire Hall and sentenced to imprisonment for 1 year on 2nd of August 1839. Chartist frustration boiled over, and on the night of the 3rd of November, thousands of Chartists and Chartist sympathisers began their march on Newport from across South Wales. The marches were divided into 3 main contingents. John Frost led a group from Sir Howie Valley through Blackwood, Zephaniah Williams from Pontypool, and William Jones from Ebbw Vale. The marchers planned to come together at Newport, but Jones's group never arrived. The Chartists who made it to Newport accumulated around the Westgate Hotel, where it was believed Chartist prisoners were being held. The Chartists arrived armed with a range of weapons, including pistols, pikes, homemade swords, and agricultural tools. Here, a brief but bloody battle took place between the Chartists and the soldiers of the 45th Regiment. Around 20 Chartists were killed and approximately 50 injured. This was the greatest number of casualties inflicted by British soldiers on their fellow citizens in the 19th century. Following the failed uprising, Frost, Williams and Jones were arrested and charged with high treason. The jury found them guilty, but recommended leniency in sentencing. However, the Lord Chief Justice announced that they were each to be hung, drawn and quartered. This was the last time this sentence would be passed in England or Wales.
Wow, isn't that interesting as well? The last time that they used something like that, as gruesome as that in terms of a penalty, being hung, drawn and quartered, so everyone could see. I'm assuming they spread you out over landmark areas within, I don't know, whatever city they are located in, so everybody knows. Not to do the same thing again. But that's the last time they used it. It was not in some type of criminal proceeding exactly, but with regards to a workers' uprising. It was a treasonous activity. That's very interesting, and it's got to do with, not some type of war, or espionage or some intrigue like that. No, it's got to do with suppressing a workers' movement seeking political autonomy. What a threat to the state that is, hey? The fucking workers can't have them organizing and asking for to be involved in politics. And so 20 people die as a result of that. It's the largest in the 19th century, when they fire on their own citizens. Very interesting.
The public was outraged about this punishment, and so the sentence was later changed to transportation for life. This too was deeply controversial. As one petition to Parliament puts it, these three men are about to be transported for life, although it is as clear as the sun at noonday that they ought to be pardoned. The three men were transported to Van Diemen's Land, Australia, but public protest did not quell. In the 1840s, hundreds of thousands of signatures appeared on petitions from all over the country, asking for the men to be pardoned. Debates on the fate of the Newport instigators would be a frequent topic of discussion in Parliament in the 1840s. Twice motions were submitted in the Commons to present an address to the Queen asking for their pardon, once by Thomas Duncombe in 1846 and once by Fergus O'Connor in 1848. Each was defeated. In 1854, the prisoners were finally pardoned, after having spent 15 years banished on the condition they would never return to British territory. The second pardon in 1856 allowed them to return to Britain, although only Frost did. He was warmly greeted by a crowd of thousands in Newport in August of that year. He continued to play an active part in political life, but never regained his former status. The Chartist movement declined in the late 1840s and early 1850s, but by 1918, all but one of its aims had been achieved, culminating in 1918 with the Representation of the People Act, which gave the vote to all men over the age of 21.
Isn't that interesting? And like the only thing that was left out on their charter was they wanted annual elections. Isn't that interesting? Could you imagine if we had to get together every year to vote for representative politics? I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with people being politically active. I think we actually should actually get involved in politics a little bit more. I think we should have more things decided via a referendum style system, and get people more politically conscious. But like, with the system that we've got already, where they're unable to really do anything consequential because they can't plan too far in advance because they're just worried about the next cycle, and political imagery as a result of the next election race and campaign trail. Can you imagine if we did that every year? It'd just be non-stop campaign trail, just like how Trump likes to run things at the moment. It's not up to it's not up most people's alley, but I think it's great for accountability. Yeah. I think it's not up for, it's funny that you say it's not up most people's alley. And I think I spent a bit of time before speaking about this idea that the workers' movements and objectives within capitalism, it has always really revolved around this idea of, look, if we're going to have to sell our labor to somebody else, okay, for them to use and potentially even benefit off, if we're going to be exploited in that regard, primarily workers just didn't want to work and then die. And so they wanted to, reduce their working arrangements from something outrageous from 16 or 14 hours a day down to something acceptable, so they could have time outside of that, not just for resting and for eating, so for sustenance, but also so they could enjoy life and develop themselves as individuals, maybe study something, maybe learn something new, develop a skill, or whatever, build themselves up as individuals. But like the part there, which is important to realize, is that workers have fought to have more time in their day and therefore their weeks. They want more time being free. They want a sense of liberation where they aren't in service of the man all of the time. And so, it's not up most people's alley. I agree. Being politically involved, I think that is also correlated somewhat to, or it would have been at least at an earlier time, it's somewhat correlated to the fact that we don't have the time to be politically active as well. And so it's not up most people's alley because most people feel inconvenienced by the fact that they have to go and vote or do something like that because they got shit to do, man. And so in a world where we were more liberated from our requirements to be cogs in the machine, I think people would at least have the ability to take politics a little bit more seriously. I don't know if they would, given the level of indoctrination that we have these days, and distraction that we have these days in a hyper-consumerist, late-stage capitalistic society. Maybe people just can't be bothered, even if they had all the time in the world. But I could only hope that if people had access to things outside of just their employment, had a little bit more like time for themselves, they might think about politics a little bit more. They might get out and want to, get politically active, get involved. Like, you got 12 months to prove yourself. Now get going. People just don't want to have to walk down to the local primary school, line up once a year, get over it. You're all sitting on your phones at home anyway. Yeah, I know, right? Plus, primary schools and charities could use the sausage money more than once every 4 years. He got it. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Bring on the, what is it? Democracy sausage or whatever people call it. Yeah, this was quite interesting. And it's interesting to know the history of, how prevalent workers are, especially as, capitalism becomes industrial, how prevalent workers are in bringing about this idea of universal enfranchisement, the idea that all people, okay, if we're going to have these lovely liberal societies where we have this, this notion of equality and fraternity and things like that, well, then why isn't everyone allowed to be politically active? Just because we're now not going to be locked up just for saying political things and getting involved, why can't we vote then as well? Why can't we use the fact that we have this ability to speak about politics now and gather in public places and all that sort of stuff without fear of repression from some autocrat? Why can't we actually vote too? And workers were instrumental in doing that. Absolutely instrumental. And so we have agitated as a working class, as a group of working people. We have definitely agitated throughout history of industrial capitalism, which is important to what we talk about here, because the history that we have around us is the context of industrial capitalism as well. So we've always fought for our political rights, and we shouldn't forget the fact that we fight so hard, or we have fought so hard to have some type of say in politics. I think it's just so important. Like, whether you like democracy or not, if you think if it even exists, you could argue about that for days, and I would probably be a strong supporter of the argument that we don't have real democracy now, but we have politics where people at least are allowed to participate. Again, you could argue about whether it means anything or if it affects anything. No, but the fact that they are politically participating is a massive step. It's just in human history, it's very rare that working people, if anyone that's just outside of the establishment really, or the upper classes, gets to have any type of say in politics. It's so rare. You made a video about how we don't have democracy. Yes, I know. But we have political participation. And again, it's so rare in human history, in civilizational history, let's call it, high civilizational society, that we get to have a say or some type of ostensible participation. And so just throwing that away now because, I don't know, we want to have some, dad figure come in, at Trump's back and he's angry and he's got his belt off and he's going to give everyone a spanking, like whatever it was that Tucker Carlson was saying the other day. Like Daddy Trump's home and he's going to give everyone a spanking and stuff. Like, just because we think that, like, because of our neoliberal indoctrination, like the world should be run like a business, and like businesses do well, they make lots of money. So shouldn't we have like a CEO king or something like that? That makes sense, right? Right? Like throwing that all away is just one of the most short-sighted things ever. And I do think that in order to move beyond capitalism to get to another mode of economy, it will be instrumental to try and keep the political autonomy that we have, outside of if we just want to go to war. It's just going to be outside of that. It's going to be like a bloody war that the working class is going to have to fight in order to get some type of new system going. If we can hang on to some level of political autonomy and keep people politically active that way, there may be other ways to revolutionize, but it's going to a vigorous spanking. That was the one, yeah. The sacrifice that's been made for previous revolutionary change should not be forgotten or disregarded. Yes, I agree. But like, you have to have an understanding of history. Like, even a slight, you don't have to be fucking like a history PhD student or something like that. But like, you gotta understand where you're coming from. Oh, why do we even vote in the first place? Well, I'll tell you. Lots of people died for that. Oh, really? Oh, okay, fair enough then. Um, but yes, it's a damn shame that people are willing to kind of play ignorant and just be like, yeah, well, maybe a king is a better option. Let's let Trump have a third term. Who cares anyway? The system doesn't really work. It's just a two-party system, or it's just this, or it's just that. Well, look, yes, the system is heavily flawed, but I don't for a minute take for granted the fact that you have some type of political participation. Because what happens after the participation is gone, then your right to speak openly about politics is gone too, and they will control your speech. They'll control your thoughts and your mind. You won't be able to speak about it. You can be arrested, thrown in prison, deprogrammed. Like, we talk about re-education camps in China or something like that. I was reading a quick article today about a development that is happening. So they say in the AI space, and the idea is to have these nanobot style chips, or chips that will go into your brain, and help you, like, not not to have a phone anymore to kind of connect to things. You can just it's supplant itself in your neural network, and you'll be able to project images inside your head, and you won't have to have a phone anymore. You'll just be able to use the chips inside your head, all that sort of stuff. And like, this is the type of technology they're working on. It's not just sci-fi. They are working on stuff like this. And so in a world where we give all of our political rights and autonomy over to an autocrat and a CEO king, and like everyone's got chips in their head instead of a phone in their hand that they can put down, and now they're not allowed to speak about politics anymore. Any type of political thought could be there could be repercussions for that type of stuff. At least before, in this Chartist time, right? When they were meeting and they were organizing in the streets and they were going to start some rebellion, they met in someone's barn, or they met in a warehouse somewhere, and like no one really knew, unless they were like, there was a mole inside or something like that. Like, they would meet under cover of darkness and secrecy. But once you've got some type of small processing unit inside your head connecting to your brain, and it's responding to your thoughts, and like, that might be really convenient. I'm not saying that this technology in itself is evil. It could be put to good use if we own the means of production, but like, in the hands of people that want to make sure that certain levels of the population are shut out of the political process. It's some like science fiction, man. It's got nothing on where this technology could go in terms of controlling us all. Sure, totally not marketing spin, one of those things that I believe when I see it. Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. It does seem like questionable. It does seem rather strange that they could develop technology like that. But ask people, ask your grandparents if they ever thought having one of these was possible. Um, when they had like a radio, a transistor radio sitting in their lounge room or something. Ask them if they thought this was possible. They wouldn't have believed you. They definitely wouldn't have believed you. But like, yeah, all I'm saying is, if we give up our political autonomy, I don't know how we get it back. And these people died for it. These people actually died. Like, yeah, so many people around the world have died for this type of stuff. And their people are still dying, like in Nepal. Like, these people are struggling and they want to rid. That's what they say on the face of it anyway. They want to rid their government of corruption so they have better opportunities for themselves. And they're getting killed in the streets for it. So, all right, we're going to do the second one. So there was a second Chartist movement in the 1840s. And so we're going to get another history piece on that. And then we're going to go into the Eureka Stockade, because I'm assuming the Eureka Stockade, because of the timing of the Eureka Stockade, seems to be integrated with this Chartist movement. And I think I remember talking about this when we did the Anzac Day video or stream this year. And we looked specifically at the history of the digger and the concept of the digger, and we traced that to obviously the Eureka Stockade, and there were kind of elements within the agitation that was happening prior to the Eureka Stockade itself formulating, or the culmination of the Eureka Stockade, and there were a lot of people that were, from the motherland, that had come in from the UK, and they were politically organized overseas, and they had these notions and they brought them to Australia, and the rest is history, kind of thing. So this is why did the second Chartist petition of 1842 fail? Let's have a look.
On Monday, the 2nd of May 1842, a vast procession wound its way through the streets of London toward Westminster. With 7 bands, including Grenadier Guardsmen, marshals on horseback, hundreds of banners, and countless flags, the spectacle drew a crowd of some 50,000 onlookers. The purpose of the march was to...
So those 3 men you heard about before who were transported, pay attention to those names. Yeah, I was wondering, because they got sent to Van Diemen's Land, right? So they went to Australia. And one of them came back. So I wonder what happened to the others. So.
Present the second Chartist petition to Parliament, calling for its reform in accordance with the 6 points of the 1838 People's Charter. Carried by a relay of London tradesmen, the petitioners had planned to convey the 300-kilogram roll of paper directly to the floor of the chamber of the House of Commons. When the Chartists reached the members' entrance, however, the petition became wedged in the doorway and had to be disassembled and heaped on the floor, dwarfing the clerk's table. The 6-mile-long
so cool?
Leviathan...
Like, imagine having a 300-kilogram piece of paper, a roll of paper with everybody's signatures on it. Like, you would just know how wrong your political system was when it it has these processes in which if you get petitions you can get some traction on issues and all that sort of stuff, and you bring in a roll of petitions that is 300 kilograms heavy and like it's ignored by people purposefully, like you would know where you stood in your political system, right?
Petition, as it became known, contained 3.3 million signatures, more than 2.5 times the number in the first Chartist petition in 1839. This equated to 1/3 of the adult population and 3.5 times the size of the electorate, those eligible to vote. The next day, MPs debated a motion to allow 6 Chartists to speak at the bar of the House. Thomas Slingsbury Duncombe, who had stage managed the presentation of the petition.
So these 2 movements occur either side of the Eureka. Okay.
Had implored parliamentarians. You may think many of their arguments absurd, but do not decide against them without hearing them. The motion was defeated by 287 votes to 49. Why did 287 MPs choose to ignore the will of 3 million citizens? And what then was the point in petitioning Parliament? One of the main obstacles to the Chartists obtaining their goals was the personal vested interest of MPs in maintaining the status quo. Almost half of members could trace their descent from a titled family within 2 generations, and the majority were wealthy landowners.
What?
Many feared a more representative House of Commons would pass laws detrimental to their interests, and had little interest in sharing power with working-class MPs.
So, like that quote there, a democracy would be the strongest of all governments. But then remember, the strongest is the most tyrannical. Now, this has been a catch cry, a fear of the bourgeois democratic system since the beginning. Like the founding fathers in the US debated this massively. People in France were debating this idea largely when they did the French Revolution. This is called bourgeois democracy for a reason. It's not just because, as someone who has studied a bit of Marx, I like to, throw down the term bourgeois because it's funky, and it's a signal. It's a dog whistle to other persons that are critical of capital, that I'm down with the lingo. I did call it bourgeois democracy because that's what it is. It is a system of their political governance and how they manage the state of affairs in general consensus, general coordination with bourgeois interests. So those people, as they've described here, that a couple of generations ago probably were from families with actual title, and now are just a landed gentry, so they own good property and have enough wealth to manage and run the economy. They understood that this spreading too much, this idea of democracy, is a little bit dangerous. Like, it's a good way to get people upset and inspire them to overthrow a king, like get rid of King George, get rid of like King Louis. It's a great way to depose an actual tyrant, but you don't want to go too hard on the old democracy thing, because then the plebs, the people that have fought and died in your wars on behalf of your class to overthrow another class, they might get these kind of aspirations of wanting to get in on that democracy word. They're taking it out of context. They don't understand. They're not actually supposed to be involved in politics. They're just supposed to fight and die. Now, they've always feared this idea of the tyranny of the masses, etc., etc. And they applied their bourgeois logic to things. They were like, look, imagine if we were all the working class and we got the vote. We would just vote as a class in our own class interests, and then like the working people who overwhelmingly have the majority against a smaller or very small bourgeoisie, they will vote to take all of the wealth away from the bourgeoisie. They will just be like, look, thanks for letting us into the political process, and all that you have with your bourgeois property rights, hey, that's all ours now. We are voting to take it off you. Now, I think they were rather surprised to find out that once people did get in on the political system, they didn't vote as a class and vote to take all of the stuff off the bourgeoisie. They were actually quite unorganized all over the place, and they were able to play them off against using propaganda campaigns and spreading fear amongst the working populations, and say, hey, that guy over there is your enemy. He's another worker. He's from another religion of you, from another race as you, from another town as you. They speak differently. They look different to you. And they're able to basically pin the working class against each other through things like the culture wars, which have developed over the years to mean many different things, to divide the class so they can manufacture and continue their rule, because ultimately they rule over the political parties, the politicians themselves, through either directly in a corrupt manner, through lobby groups, through moneyed interests, through whatever influence that they need. But they usually just tend to now divide the working class, or the masses, let's say, through propaganda campaigns. But they were really, really terrified of these people, like these Chartists and stuff like that, getting the vote. They were really worried about what this would mean. They were so sure. They were like, look, it's just intelligent, right? If these working people, these average people, these commoners get access to a vote and then they can make policy, this is going to take all of our money away. Like, why wouldn't they? We'd do that, right? That's the first thing that we would do. We'd make policy decisions that ensure our bottom line and make sure we control and keep power. And they were surprised to find out that working people didn't do that, but they were still worried that they do rally behind issues, and they do get traction on certain things, and so they've kept us all divided quite well, I think, quite well, through the party system that they've created. But while we believe it suits our interests, at the end of the day, in a majority of sense, it still suits theirs. They let some concessions here and there to keep us all placated, but it's just a big psyop, really.
And had a little interest in sharing power with working class MPs or having to compete for working class votes. For the majority of the MPs, it was also too soon to change the electoral system. Only 4 general elections had taken place since the major overhaul of the political system under the 1832 Reform Act. That reform had created a franchise, the right to vote, firmly based upon the ownership or occupation of property, with the aim being to limit the electorate to respectable voters. This was a far cry from the universal male suffrage demanded by the Chartists. Many MPs also felt that the working classes were not ready to be given the vote, some believing that they were too uneducated or ill-informed to exercise the vote wisely. This thinking led to some quite alarmist predictions as to what the consequences of universal male suffrage might be. Thomas Babington Macaulay, in the debate regarding the Charter on the 3rd of May, stated, "I believe that universal suffrage would be fatal to all purposes for which government exists. It is utterly incompatible with the very existence of civilization." A parliament thus elected, he predicted,
He's not wrong. Like I was saying, it's very rare in human history where we have like high civilizations, let's call them, where you allow the vast majority of people to really be involved in the political process. That happens very rarely. And like if it does happen, it happens for like short bursts, like in the height of the Greek empires, the height of the Roman Empire. There were certain periods where it was more democratized, or you had more people with political autonomy or a say in things. But like it doesn't actually last for very long. And so, are we just seeing that development happening at the moment? Have we done our dash with democracy in a capitalistic sense, an industrial capitalistic sense? It's served a purpose, and now it's a threat to capital's existence itself, and it'll be torn away to bring in for an overt class system. We will see. I hope not. I hope that people are still able to control or maintain some type of political say. I think there's more hope in that because the alternative is things are going to have to get really, really dire and drastic, and then people will rise up. But, again, a lot of people are going to die again as a result of that.
Pass laws which would cause a depression, if not an utter stoppage of trade, famine and pestilence, and ultimately some strong military despot to arise to provide some security to the property which may remain. Disregarding the peaceful nature in which the petition had been presented, some MPs looked back to past incidents of Chartist violence like the Newport Rising and argued that to give in to Chartist demands now risked setting a dangerous precedent in which strikes and riots would be regarded as an effective way to change government policy. With very few members of Parliament willing to listen or give voice to their message, the Chartists were arguably doomed to fail. One Chartist supporter remarked that no one who signed the petition ever thought for one moment that the legislature would grant the Charter. And Fergus O'Connor, one of the Chartist leaders, said himself that 1 million petitions would not dislodge a single troop of dragoons. What then was the point of the petition? As William Beasley told the National Chartist Convention earlier that year, if it made no impression on that house, it would make a great impression on the country.
See, this is an important point as well. Like a lot of people, I think, have been speculating. What's the point of the ICE raids? That's not the ICE raids. Like people protesting against the ICE raids at the moment. Like in the US, what's the point of people even protesting about Palestinian liberation and Palestinian uh, autonomy, the end of the genocide? Like, why are you doing it? Like, what's the point? Why do it here? Like, I've heard people speculate on that when I was at the March for Australia rally. Um, I was speaking to people and they're just like, oh, why are they protesting for? Like, we live in Australia. If you want to protest for Palestine, go to Palestine and protest. That makes sense, right? And it's like, yeah, okay, fine. Like, it's not going to change any significant government policy here in Australia. Like, will Australia divest? Will it boycott? Will it sanction Israel? Probably not. Like, they're still selling or manufacturing parts within the country and selling it through the supply chain. So it creates weapons that and military equipment that Israel can use to kill Palestinians. That's still happening. So, like, people have asked, what was the point of all the Palestinian movements around the world? It was to change public consciousness, and I think it did. This is an interesting quote. If it made no impression on that house, so if it made no impression on politics, it sounds like this politics hasn't changed that much, really. They just live in fancier buildings, or they have new technologies at their disposal. But if it made no impression on that house, so on the government structure, parliament, Congress, whatever, it would make a great impression on the country. And that's public opinion does matter at the end of the day, because if enough people who do have enfranchisement and political expression and the right to exercise that political expression, they all start to agree on things and it becomes a new standard, you can get some type of political traction as a result of that. And I think the pressure is what's happened with the protests for the ICE raids. People are starting to really question, even right-wing figures. People are starting to question, what's the point of all the ICE raids? I thought it was actually about going after criminals. And the more that people are protesting, exposing what they're really up to, which is, just taking like families, destroying families, and like throwing kids in concentration camps and stuff. People kind of like, oh wow, is that what this was about? I didn't really understand that's what this was about. And the more that people protest on an international scale around the issues of Palestinian liberation and being anti-genocide, then people's opinions have changed. More and more people have started to see the results of the actions of the state of Israel against people that were living in Gaza, and it's exposing this. It's changing. It's left an impression on everyone as a result of this type of political agitation. And the alternative is we live in a world where people aren't allowed to do that. That, like, if the Australian government decided for some reason, which they kind of are trying to do in a roundabout way, by classifying things as anti-Semitic, but like, let's discount that for a second. If they decided that political rights and political expression was no longer allowed, and they took that away, then there'd be no more protesting for Palestine or something like that. There'd be no more March for Australia kind of stuff either. They'd be deciding that that type of stuff is completely unacceptable. No bringing issues to light anymore. But it's really interesting how they had absolutely no faith in their political system, which is a sentiment that is broad and far-reaching at the moment. They had no faith in their political system. It doesn't matter if everybody in the world had signed that petition. It was never going to change what they were going to do in that house, but it would make a great impression on the populace and the people at large, and that is the victory.
The task of collecting signatures galvanised localities and evangelised the Chartist cause. As O'Connor told his fellow Chartists after the petition was rejected, Monday the 2nd of May was a victory for the Chartists, for they alone could muster the forces on display. Be not intimidated. Be not downhearted.
Be not intimidated. There it is. The Heritage Fund. Thank you, Heritage Fund. Yeah, look, these people have done extraordinary things. Like 3 million people signing up and petition. That is outrageous. Even by today's standards, that is massive. Absolutely gargantuan. Well, to be fair, the Palestinian protesters don't do themselves any favors when they burn flags and get violent. I think look, I understand your position on that one, but I think that the media has a lot to kind of answer for there. Like, I think you would understand from March for Australia protests is the media go for people that seem to do outrageous stuff. And so people that look like they're getting violent and are there for the wrong reasons, they're the ones that the media follows around. I've been to both. All right, I've been to both, and to be honest, I haven't seen the Palestinian protesters. I don't know this is just Sydney isolated, but I haven't seen them do anything more violent than anything I've seen at the Australia March for Australia protests and stuff like that. But I've also seen what the media does in both of those circumstances, and they focus on what is sensational for their reporting. So I would just be conscious of that because you know what they do to your people or what they're capable of in terms of painting the picture with the people you would associate with. So don't think that they wouldn't do that to people that you would choose not to associate with. I think it's the same thing. And like if there's one person in an entire crowd burning a flag or something, like, you know, they're all over there with their cameras, you know, looking at this sort of stuff. And they're like, "Ha, we got it. We knew what this was all about all along." You know, don't discount the sensationalism that comes with this type of stuff. Now we are going to move to where this turns into Australian workers movement. Now we've looked at this specifically on this stream uh, back for Anzac Day this year I think it was in April. Pretty sure Anzac Day is in April. And we kind of got away from the Anzac legend as such, which I think has taken on a legendary kind of vibe in Australia's culture wars to try and whitewash any opposition to uh, government, the establishment, and the militarization of society. And so, like, you know, you can't talk about the military or service persons or anything like that because, hey, Anzac, sacred kind of thing. But when I was growing up, and like I remember people referencing this a lot, the Anzac thing was lesser and the idea of the digger was more. And so we looked specifically at the Eureka Stockade and how that related to the legend of the diggers. And so this was kind of the origin, or not the origin, but like this idea of the diggers and its association with the working class, and then that being translated into a military application that all came from here, and it's all proudly related to Australia's working heritage, people that had come to this country to try and get access to the resources that were in this land and try and make a name for themselves, make a living for themselves, make some space for themselves in the colonies. People rushed over here and they worked hard, and they were often oppressed and subjugated again by the British authority that was here, and so it was worker against establishment. And we'll have a look at that, and it's the history chap again. So we're going to get an English person's view of the Eureka Stockade, which is always interesting, right? You can see the gears turning in the media space to catch that viral moment. Just look at this. Look at Sky and not knowing or owning how to criticize Albo now that he's mates with Trump. Oh no, he wore a Joy Division shirt. That's funny. So you think that their system is crunching to a halt at the moment because he's mates with Trump. Oh man, he didn't have a disaster meeting. What are we going to do for content now? Oh my God. That's pretty funny. Well, like I said, you see, you're fully aware of, I think, what the media is capable of. So, you know, they they go straight for the most outrageous people they can find, to report on that, because that's the type of thing that people want to see when they turn on the news as well. News is less about facts, I guess you would say, or getting told us the story as opposed to being entertained. I think news has definitely moved in that towards that as just being the norm, where people have to be like absolutely captured by what they're watching. Oh, can't look away, kind of thing. That's what the news has really developed into, as opposed to getting an understanding of the world events or what's happening for the day. And so you're across it.
On the 3rd of December 1854.
So this one
On the
is
3rd of
Redcoats Fight in Australia, the Battle of the Eureka Stockade. Yeah, it's got 110,000 views in 11 months. He's doing well for himself for a history person. So good. Chris Green is the history chat, telling stories that bring the past to life. Good on ya. Ninja Nurse, call me an optimist. I feel that there is more that unites us than divides us. The media will always focus on bad behavior because rage gets clicks and clicks makes money. That's why, according to Sky News, all leftists are blue-haired pansexuals, and the left gives more attention to people like Kirk, who make money from being career contrarians. Long way of saying class war, not culture war. Yeah, look, I am optimistic as well, and that's kind of why I do what I do, to be honest. But I don't think it's going to fall out of the sky, the idea that people will undevelop this notion of the class war over the culture war. I do think that working class consciousness has been obliterated in the West, and therefore, I guess, kind of across the globe to a certain extent, thanks to things like deindustrialization, the attack on the unions, and the neoliberal kind of ideology that developed over the last 50, 60 years now. And so people don't even realize it exists. And so without people out there that are trying to draw the connections between people, so thread the needle kind of thing, and point to the connections that people have, as opposed to allowing the culture wars to split us again and again and again and again and again, kind of thing. I think that. Oh, why is it doing that? Seriously, dog. Yeah. I don't think it's just gonna come out of nowhere. I think we have to consciously agitate or remind people that we have things in common. And I'm not even asking for everyone to hold hands under the fucking rainbow. If you don't agree with what someone else is saying in their working class, you don't agree with them burning a flag, for instance, and they don't agree with you waving your flag in symbology of something, then you don't even have to agree on those two things. But what you can agree on is your class interests and policy decisions and the way the government is structured and decisions that are made in the economy that directly affect you. You can just agree on those things and understand that you have those things in common, and you can reserve the debate on the ideological stuff to another time. And you can go ham about whether you should burn the nation's flag or not in protest, and that can be a separate discussion, but it doesn't mean you can't come together and fight against an oppressor, someone who will turn the forces of violence that they have against you. Now, the discrepancy that's going on here with the Eureka Stockade, what we saw with the Castle Hill uprising, what we saw with the United Irishmen's rebellion, you can be violent and try and fight the state, but they're trained, they do this stuff. They've got a specialized force that knows how to wield violence and more effectively than you. And I'm not saying that uprisings never are victorious. And what they do is they highlight issues and bring things to public attention and like leave an impression on people, especially if the state violence is way too domineering and overt. But at the end of the day, they do have the means of violence, and systematically they seem to, more often than not, they will win, and they will kind of destroy you. And so you don't want to have to get to this type of point in the first place. If you can unify, and we have political autonomy now, if we can unify and agree on things as a class, as a group of people, we can make change outside of having to physically oppose the state through some type of violent altercation. Because again, they just got that down pat better than we do as a class of people. So like if we could just use our political autonomy and recognize that we exist in the first place, that would be amazing. Because most working people out there have no idea what the working class is, have no idea what working people are, if that is even a thing. You know, most people just think they're middle class, whatever that is. And there's the extremely rich at one end and the extreme poor down the other end. They can't afford anything. At least I'm not that. Definitely not that. So I must be middle class, right? And like middle class comes with an insinuation in a neoliberal society that you're somehow like an entrepreneur or something like that. And you control your own existence that way. Have I completely missed the stream chat again? No, I haven't. Not completely. Can you imagine a world without lawyers? But like, yeah, I would like to see. I am optimistic in the sense that I think it's actually not a hard task to develop class consciousness, like theoretically. But like, how do you get exposure though? How do you start getting people talking about just the class interests kind of thing? How do you get that exposure to highlight those concerns again? That's all you have to do. Once it's out there and you got 3 million people signing a petition, like the impression is what lasts and people won't forget it. But like, how do you awaken the dragon? My favorite story from World War II is when opposing troops dropped their weapons when the ceasefire was declared and played soccer in Dead Man's Land. In the end, we're all just guys and we just want to pass the rock. That's so good. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Like, and like, you know, you go from killing each other to playing, and then you get back in the trenches again and start killing. Like, that's the thing. Like, once you understand your shared interest, and all those people, like, our shared interest is that we are the cogs in the machine to get thrown to our deaths. And like, there's people on the other side over there that are the same. They play the same role. They just get directed as human cannon fodder, you know, as cannon fodder. We just get directed towards the gunfire. And like, those people do the same thing. They just get directed towards gunfire too. And like, if they all just unified, right, all of it would stop. The whole system would come crashing down. But that's not usually how it works. That's not usually how it works at all. People don't get to see that and make that connection. So that's the number one imperative, I think, is just reminding people of their consciousness, of their workers' consciousness. Because there was stuff moving before. There were wins on the board. And we're moving into a society now with the level of technology that we have, that if we don't start to kind of demand certain things in terms of the technology that's being built, which they have more and more control over because they need workers less and less. If we don't start making demands about what we do with that technology, we're all fucked. We're all fucked big time. Hence, like, I'm always talking about things like surveillance capitalism, and then it's like a conclusion of that being things like techno-feudalism. We are rightly fucked if we don't get some consciousness going and try to figure out what to do with the new technology that's at our disposal, because it is increasingly it's in the name, surveillance capitalism. It is all about watching and potentially controlling through modifying our behaviors, which is some scary shit. Really, some scary shit if you think about it. Anyway, I digress. Let us get on with the history chap.
On the 3rd of December 1854, British redcoats fought rebelling gold miners in Australia. The Battle of the Eureka Stockade was the bloody finale between industrial and political unrest amongst the mining community and the British authorities, which became a defining moment in Australian history.
Okay, I know that some of my Australian viewers, and that's about 10% of you, will be like, yeah, I know this one. But when I was recently chatting to some of my patrons from the UK and a couple from Canada, they were more like, what on earth is that all about? So, seeing as today is the 29th of November, and the Southern Cross flag of the rebellion was raised on the 29th of November 1854, and the Battle of Eureka Stockade was then fought on the 3rd of December.
See, that's funny. He's got
I thought
1854 there, so that's after both Chartist movements. The one that started off was 1839, and the petition was 1842. So this had come as a result of that. So like 1839, I think, was the Newport uprising, and then those people were convicted as a result of that for 15 years. And so that would have taken them into Eureka territory, which is interesting.
that today is as good a time as any to share this story from history. I hope you enjoy it.
Australia in 1851 was still very much the land at the far side of the world. Whilst Captain James Cook had claimed it for Great Britain in 1770, most of it was unexplored by Europeans. In fact, it would be another decade before Robert O'Hara Burke and William John Wills crossed Australia from north to south. And it was only just over 60 years since the first fleet containing British convicts had arrived at Botany Bay. And indeed, they would continue to arrive until 1868. By 1850, the population stood at somewhere around 300,000, with well over half in New South Wales, 60,000 in the colony of South Australia, and about 75,000 in the new colony of Victoria. And then, in 1851, everything changed. Gold was discovered. People flocked to the goldfields in New South Wales and Victoria from around the world to make their fortunes. And that sudden influx changed the structure of Australian society. In 4 short years, between 1851 and 1855, Victoria's population rose from 75,000 to 290.
Well, did you see that? Victoria's population, because of the gold rush, rose from 75,000 to 290,000. Talk about mass immigration, I would have been pissed off if I was a member of that colony at that point. I would have been like, hey, our population, I'm telling you, never used to be like this. It's tripled in the last 5 years. Absolutely outrageous. Where's the infrastructure? What are we going to do with all of these goddamn migrants coming in here trying to take my gold away from me? Imagine how much influence this had on Federation in 1901. If this didn't happen before Federation, maybe Australia would be very different. Yes.
1,000. But the good times where gold nuggets could almost be picked off the floor soon disappeared. As mines had to be sunk, the capital outlay for miners increased. Moreover, the massive rise in the number of miners meant that the gold cake was being sliced ever thinner. In 1852, 5,000 miners in Victoria were producing about 5 ounces of gold per head. Just 2 years later, in 1854, nearly 100,000 miners, 20 times more, were producing just 1.5 ounce per head. Far from living the life of kings, many miners, or diggers as they were called, were living a subsistence life. And just to add to their sense of hardship and shattered dreams, the government introduced a licence fee at a whopping 30 shillings, that's just over £1, a month, on all miners. And it really didn't help matters that some of those licences were administered by corrupt officials and were enforced by brutal policing. And more of that in a little while. In 1853, the goldfields began to see increasingly large protest meetings, very much like the Chartist protests back in Britain only a few years beforehand. Indeed, many of the miners had been involved in movements in Europe.
Yeah, imagine a time where you could go to a river and just pick up some gold. How mental is that, hey? And they would have scoured those areas and picked up every last piece. But imagine, yeah, I guess especially with Australia's landscape and exposure with such an old continent, like the weather, it would have just washed away so much of the underlying soil. And sediment and just left these pieces just hanging out ready for people to pick up on. Mental, isn't it?
Europe, like the Chartists, the Young Ireland Uprising, and similar nationalist come political groups elsewhere. They presented their group uprising. The miners had been involved back in Britain only a few years beforehand. Indeed, many of the miners had been involved in movements in Europe like the Chartists, the Young Ireland Uprising, and similar nationalist come political groups elsewhere.
Well, like if we're getting 3 million people signing petitions, and and this was in the 1840s, they're signing a 3 million person petition, and then in the 1850s they're making their way out to Australia to be part of the gold rush. Then a lot of these people would have been very, very conscious in that regard. That's very interesting, and I'm starting to see, and I understand exactly why you structured it like this in Dr. Nathan. Well played, sir. I see what you're up to there. 1.5 Oz per head is now worth $6,000 in AUD. Isn't that mental? That is mental.
They presented their grievances to the inaugural governor of Victoria Colony, Charles La Trobe. More scholarly than military, he had previously travelled through America with writer Washington Irving, and many wondered why he had been appointed to his role. In fact, sometimes he asked himself the same question.
That is clear enough to see through the lines. It's clear. I understand how we're getting fed through here. It's good. I like it.
Having introduced the licence fee, he now questioned both its level and also why the diggers had no representation in the colony's Legislative Council. Not surprisingly, the vested interests in the colony, in other words the old settler families and landowners who dominated the legislature, were enjoying this new cash flow from the licences and weren't keen to see diggers anywhere near the corridors of power. They lectured the governor on his need to stand up to these ruffians and revolutionaries on the goldfields.
So let me just get this story straight. The way that he's pitched it here is that we have an established and landed group within the colony who are getting some money coming in hard from all these people that have flocked into this colony, specific colony, and they're able to exploit them, or at least enjoy the benefits of all that money that's coming in through the licensing fees. And now they're asking for political representation too. And these people control the establishment and are enjoying the money. And they don't want these workers, these people that are literally helping support their system through their licensing fees, they don't want them to actually have any political say in it. What a strange story. I don't think we've ever come across a narrative like this before. This is interesting. We better keep our eyes open to this one. 4AS, yo. What's up? Give up your Militant Mondays. How are you? We are picking up from where we left off last Monday, where we went down the rabbit hole to figure out the Australian kind of the backbone, the origins of the Australian workers' movement and where it got its militancy from, and its ability to strive for better working conditions, better conditions generally for working people in Australia. And if you recall last week, we were looking at the United Irishmen's rebellion, and then how that translated into the colonies in Australia, so New South Wales, and like how that led to the Castle Hill rebellion. And so like now we've gone back to the British Isles and we've had a look at the Chartist movement, who were looking for political autonomy, so the right to have actual representation, so universal enfranchisement for the male population. So not universal enfranchisement then, but enfranchisement for all males and like other demands about secret ballots, and they had requests for things like more regular elections, and then like removing the idea that you could only serve in parliament if you had property. So like making it sure that we could actually get through. Was it? Oh, look, I'm still off the high from the Gen Z interview we did. I'm so happy it was good. Interesting. Yeah, that was actually, it was a really interesting interview. And it was really interesting to see how, um, to get their perspective outside of the media kind of bias. So, well, you can change that, I think, 4AS now that you're in the house. Um, Mr. Mod. But yeah, so we looked at the Chartist movement, what their demands were, and these evil Chartists have been making their way over to Australia, and now we're like moving towards the discovery of gold in Australia, in between, I guess, the Victorian and the New South Wales colonies, and then how the Chartists, I guess, or at least their sentiments were brought over, and they're going to start to become a little demanding, and how that relates to the Eureka Stockade. So that's where we are at. And we're watching the History Chap, by the way.
Facing increasing hostility from diggers and the Legislative Council, La Trobe had enough and offered his resignation in late 1852. However, he remained in post for nearly 18 months whilst a successor was appointed. His eventual successor was a man cut from a very different cloth. Captain Sir Charles Hotham was a Royal Navy veteran who'd served in the West Africa Squadron. Arriving in June 1854, he was prepared to use military-style discipline to keep the new colony in order, something he was encouraged to do by the resident Gold Commissioner, Robert Reid. Reid was convinced that the unrest had little to do with the licence fee, and a lot more to do with revolutionary agitators arriving from Europe, and in particular the Irish, for whom he had a special dislike.
Fucking Irish people, man.
With the governor's backing, Reid set out to ensure that all diggers paid the licence fee, and to that effect, the police conducted what were described as digger hunts, sweeping through the goldfields, chasing miners, and asking to see their licence. They even demanded that miners below ground came back up to the surface for inspection, and anyone who resisted or objected was liable to receive an arbitrary beating. The eye-watering licence fee, the blatant corruption amongst licence issuers, the brutal police tactics, and the lack of representation, not to mention the tough economics of gold mining, created a volatile bonfire that was just waiting for a match. And that match was provided by a drunken Scot and a former convict.
The drunken Scot was a miner by the name of James Scobie. The ex-convict was the owner of the Eureka Hotel at the gold prospecting town of Ballarat, about 65 miles west of Melbourne. On the night of the 6th of October 1854, Scobie had been drinking with a fellow digger, Jimmy Martin. Well oiled, they then tried to gain entry into the Eureka Hotel for another drink. The hotel was shut, and the owner, James Bentley, told them to clear off. 35-year-old Bentley had been transported from Liverpool to Van Diemen's Land, now Tasmania, back in
Melbourne. Yeah, it's so good, isn't it? Hey, you can tell he's not Australian by saying that.
1844. After exchanging obscenities, as the two drunks wandered off, they were suddenly set on by a gang, and Scobie beaten to death. Bentley, his wife, and two others were charged with Scobie's murder. They appeared in front of a three-man government board of inquiry, consisting of none other than arch foe of the diggers, Robert Reid, Reid's assistant, and the local police magistrate, one James...
The Irish, the wogs of the Anglosphere. I didn't call them wogs. They used another term for them, that's for sure. Hey, stop bullying people, you bad man. What did that get modded too, did it? Snap.
Dewis. Talk on the Goldfield was that Dewis was taking bribes from Bentley in return for his hotel licence. So with a board consisting of those three men, it might not come as much of a surprise to discover that all four accused were acquitted.
Miners from the area were outraged. On the 17th of October 1854, about 5,000 people attended a public meeting to discuss the case. Just to add to the volatile atmosphere, it was held outside Bentley's Eureka Hotel. Whilst moderates managed to steer the meeting to launch an appeal to raise a reward to apprehend Scobie's killers, some of the crowd broke away and set fire to Bentley's establishment. The ex-convict managed to escape out of the back door and rode like a maniac to the safety of the army camp on the edge of the township. Meanwhile, at the front of the burning hotel, Commissioner Reed was powerless to act, as a police officer had dropped the Riot Act in the confusion before it could be read. Consequently, with no Riot Act read out, the authorities had to stand aside. The following day, however, Reed had his revenge, as he wrote...
So is that the origin of the idea of the Riot Act? So like, unless they declare riot, the authorities can't do anything. I always wondered how people apply that one specifically. That's very interesting, isn't it? So they got pissed off, and they are converging around this specific location. The Riot Act is dropped. No one can read it out, and so the soldiers have to stand around while these people are pissed off, and part of them goes and burns down the Eureka Hotel. It's similar to what we were speaking about before. Dilemmas. This idea that most of these 5,000 people were just pissed off and they wanted justice, and then like a small part of them broke away and set fire to the hotel. Do you blame all 5,000 of them for the actions of a handful of them burning down the Eureka Hotel? It's a good question. Something worth considering. No, it's because you're a wug. Sick. See you next Tuesday. See you next Tuesday.
Rode into town with an armed police escort and arrested 3 men for setting fire to the hotel, although apparently arrested at random, which did nothing to defuse the situation. Governor Hotham now ordered a retrial of Bentley, and he and 2 male accomplices were convicted of manslaughter and sentenced to 3 years' labour on the roads. That might have calmed things down, but Sir Charles refused to address the underlying problem of the cost of the licence fee and the digger hunts by the police. Moreover, Commissioner Reed still had those arrested miners in his custody on the flimsiest of evidence.
If you're
Police seek. There it is. Police seek.
Still had those arrested miners in his custody on the flimsiest of evidence.
If you're enjoying this story, then please feed the beast that is the YouTube algorithm by giving me a like, post a comment, or indeed share with a friend. The more of these sort of actions by you, the more people YouTube will show this video to. Thanks.
On the 11th of November, the diggers formed the Ballarat Reform League to petition the governor for change and for the release of their fellow miners. The leadership of the league was split on how to proceed. The moderate wing, seeking a peaceful resolution, included the editor of the local newspaper, the Diggers' Advocate, a man called George Black, and an Irishman, Peter Lalor. Born in 1827, Lalor came from a political family back in Ireland. His father was a backer of Home Rule and had been elected to the Parliament in London, whilst one of his older brothers had been killed in an attack on a police station in Tipperary during the Young Ireland Uprising of 1849. Peter and another brother had emigrated to Australia, arriving in 1852. After initially working as a railway constructor, he had moved to the goldfields to find his fortune, with which to buy a farm for himself and his fiancée. Others within the League advocated more direct action. Amongst these radicals were Richard Thomas Kennedy, a friend of the murdered Scobie, Raffaello Carboni, an Italian revolutionary who'd fought in Garibaldi's army, and Frederick Wern, a bombastic Prussian who talked a good fight.
How crazy is that? Irish and Italian? Like, they're the original, like, evil migrants of the West, right? The Americans, when everyone was coming through the ports and going through into New York after crossing the Atlantic, they were the original immigrants that nobody wanted, the Irish and the Italians. And here they are, agitating and pissing off the authorities in the Australian colonies too. Good for nothing.
And had brought his place on the committee by offering a £100 loan to the cause. On the 27th of November, the League sent a delegation once more to petition Governor Hotton. They demanded the release of the men accused of burning down the hotel. However, the naval officer took offence at being dictated to by what he classed as social inferiors, and he dismissed their entreaties. Whilst they were still negotiating, a detachment numbering about 150 men from the 40th Regiment of Foot were ordered to march to Ballarat. The 40th Regiment had originally been raised in Nova Scotia in 1717. They had participated in the failed attempt by the British to capture Buenos Aires from Spain in 1806, and were one of only 3 regiments to serve the entire 6 years of the Peninsular War. Having fought in the First Anglo-Afghan War in the early 1840s, they now found themselves on garrison duty in Australia. At Ballarat, they were to join a detachment from the 12th Regiment of Foot, who were already camped outside the town, along with the local police. The 12th would later become the Suffolk Regiment, now part of the Royal Anglian Regiment. The arriving British troops on the 28th of November were met by crowds of miners, initially hurling oaths, but then stones. And in a melee around the supply wagons, a drummer boy, James Egan, was shot in the leg. The following day, the 29th of November 1854, the diggers and their supporters held another mass meeting outside the town at Bakery Hill.
I bet all the local banter that's going on here. Not Bankstown Square. Nah, bro. Too many social inferiors. So good. That's like when, you tell people that you're from the area, and they're like, oh, shit. Really? Really? Yeah. Too many social inferiors around here.
And it was here that Charles Ross unfurled a flag that he had designed for their cause, depicting the Southern Cross on a navy background. Peter Lawler, now elected their leader, or commander-in-chief as some of them called him, led the diggers in swearing an oath. "We swear by the Southern Cross to stand truly by each other and fight to defend our rights and liberties." The defiant miners then proceeded to burn their licences. By 5 p.m, 500 diggers had converged around the Southern Cross flag. Many had been drinking, and in their newly found martial spirit, fired shots into the air. Things were getting serious. That evening, the League sent a final delegation, headed by Carboni, to try and avert the coming crisis. Aware that further reinforcements from the 12th and 40th Regiments, along with some naval detachments and artillery, were on the move from Melbourne under Major General Sir Robert Nicoll, Reid refused to compromise. Having sent the delegates away empty-handed, he now decided to play a waiting game and let the diggers sober up overnight.
It was a brilliant miscalculation, because the following morning, far from having that morning after the night before sort of feeling, the diggers were even more defiant than ever, and their ranks had swollen to 800 men. So now, to show who was boss, Reid ordered the police to conduct a licence hunt through the mining camps. I mean, talk about pouring petrol on the flames.
The enraged miners who had gathered around that Southern Cross flag at the Eureka goldfield now began building a stockade from wooden pit props, branches and logs. Their crude fortification was about an acre in size. Inside, some men performed military drills, whilst a blacksmith manufactured pike heads. Outside,
one thing for the American racism, they still wanted the Africans there. The British flat out didn't want us mixed in Australia, even as slaves. LOL. Well, they did at a certain point, but after that, absolutely no worries in the world. That's why they allowed them to turn into free labourers afterwards. Because then you have to look after yourself. But with slaves, you kind of have to look after slaves. They're property. But like once they were done with the convict stock, I let them become free labourers. And if they die, it's because they don't know how to survive in this system. Let the market decide what to do with them.
digging trenches were converted into rifle pits. Through the next day, Friday the 1st of December, there was an uneasy standoff between the two sides. By the Saturday, many of the miners' initial enthusiasm was wearing off. Bored that nothing was happening, hundreds of the defenders went off to see their families, or to enjoy their usual Saturday night entertainment in the hotels and bars in the town. After all, they argued, the British authorities wouldn't attack on a Sunday, the Sabbath. Would they? By midnight, barely 150 diggers were left in the stockade. But the Sabbath was exactly the day the authorities decided to attack.
Guys, calm down. I have something to tell you. Important. Tell us, please.
In the early morning on Sunday the 3rd of December, 270 police and soldiers moved into position. Mounted infantry and police were placed to protect the flanks of the storming party. That party, consisting of 40 men drawn from both the 12th and 40th Regiments of Foot under Captain Henry Wise, would assault the stockade, while the rest of the troops remained in reserve. There are conflicting reports as to who fired first. Laidlaw recalled being woken up by sounds of shooting and shouts of "Stand to, the redcoats are coming." Other miners recalled some American compatriots shooting first. At 200 yards,
Fucking
Captain Wise
Americans.
formed...
There you go. Isn't that can go down in the history books right there. That the Eureka Stockade could have ended differently if they weren't trigger-happy Americans that were out there in the gold fields. Isn't that interesting? Doesn't matter if you like him or not. Donald Trump is a human being, and streamer is gay. This streamer is gay, do you mean? You're going to have to brush up on your grammar there. Just a little bit.
his men into two firing lines. Armed with the new mini rifle, which had an effective range of 300 yards, they fired a devastating volley towards the Eureka Stockade. The Italian, Carboni, later said that any digger whose head was above the barricade had it shot off in that opening volley from the British troops. The 26-year-old Wise now ordered his men forward into a hail of bullets coming from the stockade. With about 100 yards to go, he was hit in both legs. Nevertheless, his men pressed forward and stormed the barricade. Inside the Eureka Stockade, it was chaos, miners arming themselves with pikes, taking on British redcoats advancing with bayonets. Charles Ross fell trying to protect his Southern Cross. Trooper John King from County Mayo, Ireland, climbed the flagpole and cut it down, and as it landed below, cheering soldiers stabbed at it with their bayonets. In the confusion, Peter Laidlaw was found by a digger lying semi-conscious under the debris of the barricade with the shattered arm. Making sure the coast was clear, the digger dragged him away. The Battle of the Eureka Stockade lasted 15 minutes. 22 diggers and 2 soldiers.
And another thing, all commies need to die. Dun dun dun. Incredible commentary there. What's a commie? Tell us, please. If you want to kill them all, or you want them all to die, you should be able to identify them. Tell us, what is a commie? I'd like to know more.
Were killed immediately in the action, whilst 20 diggers and 13 troopers were injured. 4 of those soldiers would die of their injuries, including Captain Wise. It could well be that other injured miners pulled themselves clear of the carnage, only to die of their injuries in the surrounding bush. 114 miners, or rebels as they were termed by the authorities, were arrested, but in the end only 14 were taken to Melbourne to stand trial. Major General Nicholl finally arrived to find that the rebellion was over and the town was actually operating almost as normal. Shops were open for business, diggers working their mines, and his troops were greeted, well, with civility if not enthusiasm. Unlike Commissioner Reid, the 68-year-old general was willing to take a more conciliatory approach. Walking into the mining camps without a guard, he engaged the diggers in conversation and listened to what they had to say. It went a long way to normalising relations. So impressed was Nichols that he convinced Governor Hotton to lift martial law after just 3 days. The trial of the 14 arrested rebels began at the end of February 1855. The first 2 accused were found not guilty, and it set a tone for the rest of the trials. Carboni appeared, accused of picking up
See you later. Enjoy the show.
a pike and threatening the soldiers in the battle, but statements from the police and soldiers contradicted each other. And when he was accused of burning his licence, he promptly produced his valid licence. His case was quite literally laughed out of court. Sir Charles Hotham and Robert Reid were lampooned in the press. By the 27th of March, all the remaining prisoners have been released. The collapse of the trials resulted in an amnesty for those rebels still in hiding, including Peter Lalor. The diggers collected £1,000 as a gift to thank him for his leadership, and with that money, he bought a farm and married his fiancée. The following year, he was elected to the Legislative Council of Victoria, where he would become the Speaker. He died in 1889. Carboni would travel around the world and finally return to Italy, where he died in Rome in the 1870s. Governor Hotham called for a Goldfields Commission of Inquiry on the 7th of December 1854, and it reported in the following March. Acting on its recommendations, he removed the licence fee and replaced it with a £1 a year miner's right. He also introduced an export duty on gold bullion that brought...
Isn't that interesting as well? Well, it would seem that despite the loss of the movement there, they were able to get rid of the licensing fee. I forgot about that. It's like a win on the board for working people, right? Paid that £1 a year license fee as opposed to the monthly one.
Brought in far more cash than the old miner's licence ever had. Sir Charles Hotham died 12 months after the Eureka Rebellion, while still Governor of Victoria, in December 1855.
The Eureka Stockade Rebellion has become one of the defining moments in Australian history. Former leader of the Australian Labor Party and High Court judge Doc Everett said, "Australian democracy was born at Eureka." And yet, it's also little known elsewhere in the world. As I said earlier, some of my patrons, and they love history, said, "What's that all about?" Well, hopefully they, and some of you, now know. It was the moment when British Redcoats fought in Australia at the Battle of Eureka Stockade, 3rd of December, 1854. There are so many interesting stories from history, and I've got plenty more in the pipeline, including for all my Aussie viewers, Albert Jacker. But in the meantime, why not watch another one of my videos?
Interesting. Very interesting. Yo, what's up? Give up your rights, your guns, your slaves, your laws, your grudges, and have a beer, mate. There it is. And that goes nicely with the theme of today, which is Australia's working history and the ties it has to the culture of rebellion. It's good to see you, Avalava. Welcome to the stream. It's too bad that troll left. I really wanted to know what they meant by commies. If you're going to say something as scathing as that, like, all commies need to die, I was hoping to get at least the indication that know what a commie is. Eh? Unless it's like the Trumpian version of what a commie is. So like Kamala Harris is first on the chopping block there because she's a dirty communist. And so is Zoran. Watch out, mate. They're coming for you, commie. They're coming for you. All right. So that's how the Chartist movement relates to what was going on with the Eureka Stockade. Very interesting. You have these people that have been agitating back home. They're probably either escaping from the British Isles, or they've been wrapped up in previous political movements at home in Wales, in Ireland, in Scotland, apparently. And they've been shipped over, or like banished, and they've ended up in Australia in the colonies, and they're still agitating. So I guess the important lesson here from this, or one of the important lessons anyway, is this idea of being able to politically organize yourself. And that was obviously what was happening with these people in the Eureka Stockade. It wasn't just some organic occurrence. You had some key figures, some people that had been involved in political agitation back at home, and now they were using those skills again in another context, but like stemming from economic issues. Again, they're upset about the fact that the licensing fees and that structure is oppressive and is riddled with corruption, and is the enforcement of those regulations comes from arbitrary violence from the state apparatus. And so, yes, what a bunch of conditions, an interesting bunch of conditions that would spark off some real rebellion, let's call it. Even though that rebellion failed, I think one of the themes of today is that whether or not you understand if the objective will succeed or not, what you can do is raise public awareness around this issue largely. And that type of public awareness, if acted upon, will lead to some type of change, because it'll change people's standards. It'll change their expectations of a situation. And if they don't accept it anymore en masse, then that's a cultural shift. And the cultural shift allows there to be a actual shift in the material circumstances as well. Like, just because I go on about material circumstances all the time does not mean that I don't acknowledge the fact that culture does play a part, ideology does play a massive part in things. You know, these things that are immaterial, they do have objective consequences. So like, if everybody starts to see this idea of the licensing system being a problem now, and like extracting exorbitant or unnecessary licensing fees off the workers who are being terrorized by the local community as a result of this movement, and in order to stabilize the economy there, that this governor, who was very heavy-handed, still at the end of the day got a commission done, and the findings of that commission and the report that went out was, look, the licensing system is fucked, so you're gonna have to do something about this. And he changed it. As hardcore and regimented as he was as a naval officer, he ended up making a systematic change, that the licensing system was unreasonable, and they changed it from like a monthly fee of, you know, a very expensive proportions to a yearly licensing fee, which gave much relief to this movement. But it wouldn't have been without the awareness raised by this movement and this rebellion. It wouldn't have been without that. Even if it failed to change anything at the time, what it did was it allowed there to be enough consciousness around this issue to make an actual change to the system that gave some relief, it would have seemed, to the people that continued to be diggers. And when we studied this, I don't know what, 6 months ago now, for Anzac Day, like the stuff that was going on was, you know, it was pretty gross. Like what the authorities, so what the British authorities were doing to working people or diggers around Eureka in Melbourne, or in Victorian colonies, and like in the New South Wales colonies as well. It was pretty heavy. A lot of miners, they didn't go it alone. A lot of them had families, and their families would go with them and live with them. And there were a couple of occurrences that led towards a lot of the discontent that fueled the Eureka Stockade. There were cases where these digger hunts that were going on. So when the police were going through the mining towns, or the mining encampments, let's call them, to shake people up for their licenses, they were going through and, you know, not only arbitrarily beating people, as I was saying, there were altercations that happened, like events where they opened fire sometimes on the encampment as a result of a violent altercation. And women and children had died as a result of these digging hunts within these mining encampments. And, you know, killing working diggers, let's say, is one thing, but like killing their families as a result of your arbitrary use of violence is something that obviously pisses people off to no avail. And so a lot of this stuff was swelling up within the population and making a big difference. And that's why kind of people were upset. There were large ramifications, not just for them making ends meet through ridiculous licensing fees, but it was affecting their families and their ability to even make subsistence level in the colonies. And like this, the colonies would have been a pretty fucking hardcore place back in the day. I'm not sure how acquainted you are with Australian culture, but Australia has always been a place, up until very recently, where resources were hard to come by. Whether it was a market economy or not, Australia wasn't a very wealthy place. And so if you were out here living off the land and trying to make ends meet as a miner, you would have been living a very, very basic existence. Very, very basic and hard life on the land. It would have been, I'm not saying that they didn't have luxuries. Like a lot of these people seem to have enough money after they exchanged their gold for payment. I'm assuming they had enough money to go into town and get pissed all the time and go out drinking. But like, if you're living there with a family on the land, you're probably doing it quite tough. And so like the tough circumstances, riddled with, arbitrary use of violence by the authorities who are willing to use it. And when you get arbitrary means you kind of just do whatever you feel like it, but you can not do it that much. But they were obviously a bit heavy-handed, the authorities, as well as being squeezed by the licensing fees. It does make for a perfect storm of people wanting to fight against the machine for their rights and willing to die again for this type of stuff. And so he's finishes off there with this idea that the Eureka Stockade was kind of this watershed moment in Australian politics. He said it was crucial for Australian democracy. Again, I would frame it more as it's a watershed moment for Australian politics because Peter Laylaw, who was one of the main agitators, who this guy explained, went on to have a healthy political career. He was fighting for the determination of the self-determination of members or citizens within the colonies to be able to have political enfranchisement. He wanted people to have the vote. And so, yes, this event would have sparked on some type of movement where people would have wanted some type of political representation within the colonies. And so it was the moment, a seminal time, that led to calls for political rights within Australia, and like things would have amounted from there. But again, the good lesson from listening to this movement here and what happened also in Castle Hill, which we explored last week, is that things don't just happen organically. It's not all of these diggers waking up one morning and just being like, "Oh, this sucks. Let's do the Eureka Stockade. All right, let's do this." Like they were agitating, they were organizing, they had meetings, they gathered in places, they talked, and they decided what their tactics were going to be. These were organized affairs. You could argue that they weren't very disciplined or they weren't organized very well, but there was a level of organization and there was a level of experience that came with people who had prior organizational skills. So, important lesson there for us. Things don't just pop out of nowhere. There is definitely a level of coordination that needs to be had. So we're moving on now to a exploration of women's suffrage, actually. And this, again, these things come from similar sources as what we were looking at there for the Newport Rising and the Chartist movement. So women's suffrage is up next. And so we'll trawl through the women's suffrage angle. I'm not sure if this actually relates to Australia or not, or if this is just a showcase of women's suffrage within, again, the UK. But like obviously that would have had ramifications for what was going on in Australia, because kind of these political ideals would have spread throughout the colonies, especially in colonies where people were English speaking. And found themselves tied to the motherland. They would have been across whatever that was the political flavors of the month or of the time, because they would have wanted to replicate the trends, the fashions, the movements, all of these sort of things would have been trending, and they would have wanted to be part of that because they would have seen themselves really as part of the motherland, not just a colonial outpost. And so they would have been completely engrossed in the culture that was coming out of England and the UK specifically. And so I'm assuming that's why these are in there, because whatever was going on in the motherland would have been happening in places like Australia as well. So let us have a look at the women's suffrage movement and how this relates to Australian working class efforts. Let's have a look, shall we? If Dr. Nathan is here, he might want to tell us exactly how this connects to the Australian workers' movement. But women's suffrage, when and why did the suffragettes turn to militancy? Interesting. And remember what we were learning last week? We were speaking about how the socialists ended up becoming demonized within the US. And part of the reason was that they saw women agitating in the Paris Commune. So that was about 1870s. Like the Americans were watching the women go crazy in the Paris Commune, using things like Molotov cocktails, burning things down and getting involved in politics. And they were like, oh, this is crazy. This is lawlessness. This is what happens when working people take over. So socialism is this evil thing that lets women run crazy and get politically active. So we'll see what happens when the women's suffrage movement or the suffragettes turn to militancy. Let's have a look.
Between 1867 and 1913, there were no less than 40 attempts to pass bills and resolutions in the House of Commons in favour of women's suffrage. They were all either defeated, given insufficient parliamentary...
I honestly didn't think you'd get this far. This was moving on from Australian movements. You got to remember our colonial history is younger than almost every other country. Yes, yeah. It also proves something we've discussed here previously, that the real revolutionary movement doesn't come from the fight, but the day after and the process that comes from that. Yeah, I think that's a good point. And that's what we saw with like the Eureka Stockade just then. It's the ramifications of the action and then what is happening after that. And it took, a year before like the policies were changed by the establishment themselves, but in response to that movement. And the ramifications of what happens if this, not only this happens again, this type of rebellion happens again, but like if they don't resolve the class struggle, or like they try and pay some type of homage to the class struggle. And so like, yeah, I wasn't sure if this was actually related, but it's still important, I think, to have a look at stuff with relation to women's suffrage, because this is the natural trajectory. What we've been looking at today, I think, is more the movement of male enfranchisement in Britain and in the colonies, and obviously the next development. Well, I think it's obvious, but maybe it's not that obvious to everyone. But the obvious development of male suffrage would be then to extend that on to all women. It's the through line for our workers' movement. We don't win by conquering, but working together and talking. Yes, that's right. Win by conquering, but working together and talking. I like that. Organize, revolutionize. There it is. 100%.
time ignored or blocked by the government. The early women's suffrage bills had failed because they were private members' bills. These are bills proposed by individual MPs rather than the government, and as such, they are not guaranteed the necessary time to complete all of the parliamentary steps required for a bill to become law. This meant that women's suffrage bills, even when they had a majority of votes in their favour, failed to become law because of a lack of parliamentary time. Only a government-sponsored bill stood a realistic chance of becoming a law. How then to convince the government to introduce such a bill? For the suffragists, the answer was to continue to argue their case through patient lobbying, petitions, marches, and other law-abiding campaigns, until they had convinced the government that the majority of women wanted the vote and would use it responsibly. For Mrs. Pankhurst's WSPU,
that's interesting how it says law-abiding suffragists pilgrimage. They go where are they going to? Maybe marching to Parliament House or something. Yeah. And it's the law-abiding.
Wanted the vote and would use it responsibly. For Mrs. Pankhurst's WSPU, the answer was a campaign of deeds, not words. A campaign that would be impossible for the government to ignore. A campaign that would not meekly ask the government for the vote, but demand it through political action. What deeds did Mrs. Pankhurst have in mind? Initially, the suffragettes took to organising marches and demonstrations, much as the suffragists were doing, campaigning in by-elections against government candidates and heckling ministers at public meetings. The latter certainly challenged Edwardian notions of femininity and
Heckling ministers at rallies. Could you imagine? God, that would have been good to see. Like, in this time, as she's saying, like it's some rowdy women challenging someone politically at a rally. God, that wouldn't have gone down well. That would have been so good to see. Fiery women giving men flack. They would have been speechless and then really angry, those men. God, that would have been good to see.
respectability. But none of these tactics were in themselves criminal acts, or even, for that matter, new. Before the formation of the WSPU, the radical suffragists, which included the Women's Franchise League, also founded by Emmeline Pankhurst, and the Women's Emancipation Union, had already adopted more confrontational tactics, drawing inspiration from the labour movement. Some argue that the distinctive form of militancy adopted by the WSPU started in October 1905, when Christabel Pankhurst and Annie Kenney interrupted a Liberal Party rally in Manchester, demanding it endorse votes for women. If the interruption of male politicians by women was not convention-breaking enough, while being forcibly removed from the hall, Christabel spat at policemen, deliberately inviting arrest and generating much attention in the process.
Yeah, so you know when like people get really pissed off at like protesters these days for, you know, interrupting some type of event or something like that, they throw themselves on the floor or they chain themselves to something, and people are like, oh my God, this stuff is so outrageous. You know, it shuts down the economy, it's a disruption to daily life, etc., etc. Like, just think about it. Like, if there was a situation today where someone came in and was just like, oh, women shouldn't be allowed to vote, everyone would be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? That's crazy. Everybody should be allowed to vote. Everyone should be politically active. But like these women who are, you know, throwing themselves into the public arena, disrupting things, spitting at police officers, that would have been the sentiment out there for a lot of people. Like, look at these rebellious people, these women. What do they think they're doing? Trying to, you know, throw themselves in a public gathering. How annoying, you know, them agitating and disrupting the event. Isn't this outrageous? Isn't this outrageous? How dare they? But the stuff that they're really fighting for here today, we just take for granted, and we expect it just to be something that everybody kind of has as a free person living in a modern society. So like, this is just normal for us, having universal suffrage. But like, these people were annoying back in the day. They would have been annoying to the status quo. They would have been annoying to men everywhere and people involved in the economy. And so just remember that when you see those people out there that throw themselves in front of cameras or at events, or like, you know, lock themselves to something, and like, you know, stop the city or close down a roadway or something like that. In 100 years' time, people are going to look back at this and just be like, why do they even have to do that stuff? Isn't it weird that we weren't set up as a society to allow this type of stuff to happen in the first place? It's not going to age well if you have those type of sentiments when you look at protesters and you're wondering why they're doing something and drawing light to an issue. It doesn't age well. Just remember that.
Deliberately inviting arrest and generating much attention in the process. While the WSPU would not be the only organisation to deliberately break the law in their effort to highlight a greater injustice, the Women's Freedom League and Tax Resistance Leagues being two other examples, no other movement became so closely identified with militant tactics. However, the form militancy took varied and changed over time. A key turning point came in 1908. In February 1907 and June 1908, large-scale suffragist and suffragette demonstrations failed to convince the new Prime Minister, Herbert Asquith, that the majority of women wanted the vote. Emmeline Pethick Lawrence, a leading figure in the WSPU, wrote that summer in Votes for Women, "We have touched the limit of public demonstration. Nothing but militant action is left to us now." In 1909, Christabel Pankhurst, Mrs. Pankhurst's daughter, coordinated a new campaign that included breaking windows, setting fire to postboxes, and even attempts to set fire to the country homes of government ministers. Not every member of the WSPU engaged in this new form of action, though, and it is unclear how far the leadership was responsible for some of the acts, even if they subsequently praised them, and certainly incited them with their inflammatory speeches. The WSPU also continued to practice the older forms of militancy, such as public demonstrations. One such demonstration in November 1910 included an attempt to storm the lobby of the House of Commons. Frustrated by the impending failure of the Conciliation Bill, which would have given the vote to around 1 million wealthy, property-owning women, a 300-strong WSPU delegation reached Parliament. Here, the marchers were subjected to a 6-hour-long assault by the police, with reports of both physical and indecent assault on what would become known as Black Friday. While militancy was briefly suspended while a second conciliation bill worked its way through Parliament, when this bill was likewise denied the time needed to see it become law, the Pankhurst resumed militancy. For the next 2 years, the WSPU caused extensive damage to properties across the United Kingdom, burning country houses, a school, more than 50 churches.
Hey, look, I think we can all get behind this one. Hey, when they get pissed off and they start burning down country houses of MPs and stuff like that. Hey, what's your threshold for political agitation and resistance organization? Do you count burning down of MPs' houses? Is that okay? Or like, do you draw the line at doing stuff like that? It's interesting. Very interesting. And, you know, they're storming Parliament House and they're doing things that today is very touchy stuff in the culture wars. Like, I'm not going to make a big thing about this, but like, you have to think of the fact that the January 6th insurrection moment, where all of those frothing MAGA people took over Congress, stormed Congress. Like, what's the difference there? Obviously, there's massive ideological differences there, but, you know, people politically expressing themselves and taking over government buildings. At the end of the day, where do you draw the line with that type of stuff? Sounds like the Black Friday I'd want to be a part of. Yeah, not the evil, hyper-consumerist, capitalist bullshit Black Friday sales that we have. I'm really ashamed that that type of stuff is Australian now. I remember hearing about Black Friday back in the day, being in the US, and just think it was wild. And now Black Friday is kind of everywhere, as kind of the market system breaks down more and more barriers and encompasses more and more people, so it can push more of the stuff that it produces on everyone to help capital circulate. Yeah, this is the type of Black Friday you want to be involved with. Storming Parliament with a bunch of ladies that want to get the vote and smashing windows and burning down country houses. More than 50 churches and tea houses. Go after the
churches between 1913 and 1914, and the tea houses at Kew Gardens and Regent's Park. Mary Richardson slashed the Rokeby Venus at the National Gallery, and bombs were planted and exploded on trains and in various buildings, including a failed detonation in St Paul's Cathedral. Luck more than design.
So like bombing as well. These people would have been homegrown terrorists today. They would have been nihilistic, violent extremists, anti-capitalist, anti-American values, all of that sort of stuff. They would have been listed as a terrorist organization, and like the public backlash against women voting because of this type of violent agitation would have been immense. They would have really tried hard to demonize these people as much as possible and call them crazies. And here we are, 100 years later, and this is so normal, this idea that women should be allowed to vote. So normal. But 100 years ago, it was worth people bombing public transport for. Okay, it's some interesting context.
Or planning accounts for the lack of major casualties. June Purvis has described the escalation of suffragette militancy as a reasoned reaction to the government's unwillingness to respond to non-violent methods. While this certainly helps explain why the WSPU turned to militancy, the choice to do so and the responsibility for the militant campaign's consequences ultimately rests with the Pankhursts. It was their calculation that the government's desire to maintain law and order would outweigh its opposition to women's suffrage. This was a risky strategy, one that put the WSPU in a high-stakes test of resolve, with what Emmeline Pethick Lawrence described as one of the strongest governments of modern times. It was a contest that the suffragist Eleanor Rathbone claimed came within an inch of wrecking the suffrage movement, perhaps for a generation.
Isn't that interesting? So their bet and their payoff there, well, their gamble, let's just call it a gamble. It paid off eventually, but the gamble was the government wants to maintain order, law and order, more than it wants to resist women's suffrage. That's an interesting calculation, I must admit. That's a really, really interesting calculation to make. Okay, what do they value more? Giving us the vote and complying with our demands or meeting our demands, or do they care more about a stable environment? Because that's their job, is to maintain the rule of law. And so which one do they value more? Let's bank on the fact that they actually want to maintain some level of normalcy in the system. That's what their job is. That's why they're employed to do what they're supposed to be doing. So if it's more important to them to have that, then let's fuck that up. Let's bring law and order into disarray, and then maybe they will part ways and they'll give us what we want. That's a crazy strategy, man. This history of movements of change sounds very familiar to modern day movements. Yeah, and it's I love the tactic. I love the psychological analysis that they've done there. Who goes first? Eh? Who goes first? Very interesting. They want law and order, or do they want to stop us from voting? You can't have both, government. Dun, dun, dun. It's a very interesting tactic. I'll give it to them. This is the last one we're going to do from this series until we come back for another Militant Monday and another point. But here's the last one for you. Women's suffrage. What was the Cat and Mouse Act? Thank you to the Royal Holloway University of London too, by the way. They've been a sponsor of today's stream.
The Prisoners' Temporary Discharge for Ill Health Act, more commonly known as the Cat and Mouse Act, was rushed through Parliament in April 1913 in response to suffragette prisoners undertaking hunger strikes. The tactic of going on hunger strike came not as a directive from WSPU headquarters, but instead originates with Marion Wallace Dunlop. Marion was imprisoned for stenciling an extract from the 1689 Bill of Rights onto the wall of St Stephen's Hall in the Houses of Parliament. On the 5th of July 1909, she became the first suffragette to go on hunger strike. Marion went on hunger strike to protest the refusal of the authorities to treat her as a political prisoner, with the conditions and privileges this entailed. Instead, she was imprisoned alongside common criminals. Marion was released after 91 hours on hunger strike, and it didn't take long before other suffragettes followed her example. Emmeline Pethick Lawrence applauded Marion in the...
How do you think these tactics would fare today? Well, I don't think very well. That's what I was saying before. Look at what happened, and this is a good contrast to think about. Look at how the January 6th insurrection, it's called an insurrection, the January 6th storming of Congress by MAGA supporters was portrayed by the liberal media. They called it, what they labeled it as, like I said, like an insurrection. Now, my position has always been on that, while I haven't made it very public because it's controversial, is my position on the January 6th has always been that these people are enacting their political freedom. And so if they believe that storming Congress and smashing windows and, taking selfies on the House floor is their form of political expression, then so be it. But this is the same thing that these suffragettes were doing. They're storming Congress, smashing windows, burning MPs' country houses. How good's that? Going to tea houses where the upper classes hang out. So I'm assuming mostly those who are involved in political or policy decisions. It's interrupting tea and bickies. Right? Fucking crazy shit that is. like disrupting that sort of stuff, but violently. Like we're talking about them using bombs on public transport. This is pretty hardcore stuff. And stuff that would today be classified as domestic extremism, it would be classified as terrorism. And then, like, their actual rights, like, these people find themselves, as they've described, as political prisoners. Like, any rights that they would have to, like, constitutional guarantees or any rights under any legislation would be completely thrown out the window if they were classified as terrorists and then shipped off and tried, if they are tried, but at least incarcerated as such, as terrorists. So I don't know if this stuff would go down very well today. We do have a very good level of indoctrination that goes throughout society. We are fully Pavlovian when we see this type of stuff. Like I said, like, when you see people chained to, I don't know, a building or like disrupting traffic or something like that, and even just protesting, like out in the city streets, like look at the stuff that happens to the Palestinian protests that are organized for every week. That is actually a political right in Australia. And everyone's just like, oh man, they're just like wasting our taxpayer dollars and they're wasting our time doing this every week. But it's like, well, that's their political right. They can do that if they really want to. And people seem incredibly inconvenienced by the fact that people gather in town hall in Sydney, every week to politically voice their opinions. And people seem really inconvenienced by that. So all of these tactics being used today would be absolutely frowned upon so heavily, and the more extreme they get, the more visceral the response will be from the public, because they'll be told by the media that this type of stuff is completely unacceptable. And bombing public transport, could you imagine what that would look like by today's standards? Oh my god, people wouldn't put up with that at all. I think the unprecedented and pervasive modern day surveillance would disallow any of these tactics. There'd be not so gentle knocks on the door the day after, or maybe the popo would turn up IOF style. That's the Is Not Really Offence Forces, if anyone's wondering what the code is there. Points guns at kids because of these tactics. Yes. Yeah, that was scary. Remember last week? I don't know if you saw that. No, you did. We were talking about this when that IOF soldier was in that kid's house in the living room at 2:00 in the morning, pointing the gun. Did you throw rocks at us? Have you ever thrown rocks at us before? When weren't these tactics ever considered acceptable? Look, I don't think they were ever considered acceptable, but they were obviously allowed to a certain extent, as in they didn't have the regulatory or bureaucratic framework there to denounce these people as anything more than political agitators. Now, what I'm saying is the bureaucratic and regulatory machine would have these people shut out, and the indoctrination that we have today as citizens would have these people demonized to an extent that they should be thrown away. So they should be locked up and throw away the keys. That would be the sentiment today. Here, there is a sentiment that they are just political agitators. And what do you do with them? Do you try them? Do you process them as political prisoners? Do you allow them to do this? Everybody can relate to the idea of women's suffrage, because everybody has some type of relationship with a woman to some degree. But at the moment, with the type of political agitation that's going on, not everybody knows someone that goes to a Palestine rally. Not everybody knows someone that goes to a March for Australia rally or something like that. So it's disconnected, the form of agitation. And so the way that we process these people today and how hard we come down on them, I think is different, massively different. They were allowed because they were negligible. Yeah, there wasn't the system of control was less. It wasn't as sophisticated. It wasn't as strong as what, you've noted, as the surveillance state that we have today. The surveillance state that we have today has some incredible power, Some absolutely incredible power. And we have been, like completely indoctrinated to think that this type of stuff is an inconvenience. Like any type of political agitation is just an inconvenience, right? It's bad for the economy. It's bad for business. People can't go to school, can't get to work. Like those are like real things to care about. Like who cares if you can't make it to work? Your boss should understand that if there was some people protesting, it's not your fault. There's nothing you can do about it. The established government has learned from this, hence why even protests need to be permitted. Yeah, that is like one of the biggest fronts to the idea of, universal human rights that are chartered by the UN, which we all signed up to. Hey, we all saw it, man. We all signed up to this. And like the right to protest is a human right. And it doesn't have to be something that goes through the court system or through some type of police check or some bullshit like that. Like people have the right to protest, and people should be able to protest whenever they feel like it. They should be able to organize in a public space. Now, whether or not they do that violently or not, that is a question for debate. Now, obviously, this suffragette movement, as they've explained it here, had multiple sets of tactics. They weren't all violent, but there was a subset that was, peaceful, law-abiding, doing a little bit of civil disobedience, let's say, in their tactics. And then there was an arm that was willing to be militant. They were willing to take it further to spread awareness in the cause, for the cause. And if that was something that pissed people off, it was getting exposure, and so be it. Let their exposure all the way. But the militancy, obviously for them, and as described here, has come from the idea that like appealing to the authority is not going to be enough. You can't just appeal to the power structure with its mechanisms and its processes and expect it to accommodate you. You can't just appeal to power. You have to struggle with it. You have to fight it, and it has to make some type of compromise and change the way it exists in order to facilitate what you want. You have to fight it. You have to struggle against it. You can't just appeal and expect for anything to happen. So they had a two-pronged approach. And that's why we've spoken here about like the ideas of the differences between, Malcolm X and Martin Luther King. And some people have been like, oh yeah, well, Martin Luther King was a waste of time and his peaceful stuff meant nothing. Now, I would argue that both of those two were probably in more of a dialectical relationship than we realize. And they were both advocating for similar stuff. It was for the idea of black liberation, the end to segregation, and the upholding of civil rights. And both of them would have seen that was the main objective, but they would have argued about how to get there. But like it would have, through both of their agitation and their tactics, one peaceful, one not, one militant, that would have resulted in the situation that we have now. It wouldn't have been just one or the other. It would have been both of them pushing, one with a more peaceful agenda and one with a more militant agenda. And, both of them were threats to the establishment. Both of them were killed at the end of the day. Let's not forget that. They were both taken out because whether they were peaceful or not, it didn't matter. They still got killed for what they believed in. But they both had tactics, and those tactics overall, as a totality within the system, is what allowed there to be some type of traction on those issues. And while, the issues that the African American community face in the US is definitely not over, there has been progress since then, and you could argue that both of them were just as instrumental as one another in ensuring there was enough public perception on those issues. How long until Mystery's Militant Mondays are streamed live in the streets? Bandana-faced, Molotov in one hand, iPhone in the other, leading the charge of the movement. Yeah, well, yeah, that is the vision. One day, I guess. I don't know if they'll be televised. As someone once said, the revolution will not be televised. Will they be live streamed in the streets? I don't know. If everybody brings their phone, we can live stream that shit. Yeah. In Minecraft, of course. Ah, yes. Yes. as we'll build our own little world and we'll demonstrate. Bring down Minecraft first, and then to the real world. First Minecraft, and then the world. Yeah. Yeah, Militant Mondays has some good potential. I like it. I like just talking about like other movements and kind of where things have originated and what lessons we can derive from them. But I think like one of the main lessons, we've had so far is definitely this idea that organization is key. Like it really is the thing that you need to be considering the most, is how to get people together, how to get the movement, how to get the idea, the theory into praxis. And, you have to be coordinated. You can't escape that. While there may be organic swell and sentiment that rises around certain things when, material conditions change, and people get pissed off in reaction to something, the reaction when people get upset about something is nothing unless they are coalescing and coordinated by a particular movement. And this is the idea, obviously, behind vanguardism and what Lenin would have talked about a lot. And that's why I think he was a great revolutionary. I'm not too keen on him as a socialist, although he was obviously very important in early Bolshevism. He was obviously crucial to early Bolshevism, but he was crucial in the early parts of the Russian Revolution and the formation of the Soviet Union, to bring around a socialist style revolution, or at least try to instigate a new socialist style society. And where it went from there and out of his hands was unfortunate. But I think his real contribution is his revolutionary strategy. Don't forget your AI surveillance proof glasses, folks. That's the thing. It's funny that you say before, with bandana face, Molotov in one hand, iPhone in the other. You got to take your personal tracker, your state and private industry tracker along with you when you go to protest, so they know who you are. I think Lenin's legacy really comes down to his revolutionary appeal, to be honest, and his strategy and how he understood the power of propaganda, the power of organizing a movement, the power of being opportunistic as well, and taking allies where you need to, forming friendships and alliances with people, even if they're ideologically opposed to you. You form alliances, use them, and use the power, the access to resources they have at the time, just at the time. You don't have to marry them, but get access to what they have and then move on, victory to victory to victory to victory. You need to gather that momentum in order to build an organized movement, which he describes in the sense of vanguard, having a vanguard of the party. Now, that is a revolutionary tactic, having a vanguard. It's not a socialist one, so it's not particularly anti-capitalist, but it's revolutionary as in how do you fight against the establishment and how do you ensure a political movement wins. And that's about having an organized center or core or group of professional revolutionaries that know how to push the agenda and keep everybody on focus. That's really important. Oh, good point. We need our graphene OS phones, not iPhones. Yeah, I remember you guys talking about this operating system actually ages ago, and we looked up how that works or how you can get that on phones and stuff like that. But yes, that would be the way to do it. If you need to have your smartphone with you, you'd have to have one that was less easily tracked, because that's kind of how they know what you're up to and what you're doing at all points, at all times, is because they are tracking you. And the funny thing is, when you listen to those people, your conspiracy theorists of the world, your Alex Joneses of the world, and they were telling us, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, or whatever, telling people that, we're all going to have a tracking device on us and stuff like that, and it's going to follow us around everywhere, and we'll just do it, we'll comply. But like, we carry our own tracking devices around with us religiously. Like, some people can't even go to the shower without taking their phones in their showers with them, which is crazy. We will all carry our tracking device around with us, and we'll be happy. You never knew what was coming, right? And here we are. 4AS is back in the house. What I miss? We were just having a look at the tactics of the suffragettes and how the militant suffragettes were willing to use violence and extreme imagery. Extreme action, let's call it. Extreme action to get their point across, because requesting reforms wasn't enough. And so that, they went as far as to, breaking down buildings, breaking glass, defacing buildings, doing runs on Parliament Parliament House, attacking or charging at Parliament House and taking the building kind of thing, or attempting to take the building, doing more violent things like willing to burn down people's country houses associated with MPs, setting off bombs on public transport, on train systems, to get their message across that women deserve to be involved in the political system. And we've been discussing the idea that by today's standards, not that this wouldn't have been shunned before, but by today's standards, those people would be classified as terrorists. They'd be locked up and they'd throw the key away and they'd disappear into the system, end up in Guantanamo Bay or something like that. And you'd never see them again. You'd never see them again if they were, they'd be publicly defamed as terrorists, and they would be treated as such. Before, there was an air of these people are criminal, but are they political? Are they political prisoners of the state, as opposed to terrorists? And now we have the architecture, the bureaucracy there to ensure that anyone who is politically minded is considered a terrorist. And this is showcased beautifully by what Trump has done recently, I think, and what Trump has been able to do with the National Security Memorandum. I think it's number 7, his one is. And that is list all of these different persons out there, someone who doesn't like American values, someone that doesn't is against Christian values, someone who's anti-capitalist, someone who's Antifa, so someone who's anti-fascist is now going to be considered a nihilistic violent extremist and a terrorist. And so anyone who is politically active, basically, or has some type of potential to be a political activist, can be classified as a terrorist. And they have changed the rules, I think, significantly to capture anyone under the T word and, make sure they don't have any rights, and make sure they're completely destroyed by the system. So it takes some extreme behavior. These people were ballsy, though. Let's be honest. These women were willing to go to jail for this stuff. They were willing to potentially even die for this stuff. And that's the difference from what we saw with the Chartist movement as well. Those Chartists who wanted male enfranchisement, they were willing to die for that, and they did. They did die for that stuff. Look at what happened in the Eureka Stockade. Those people wanted, if they were going to be taxed so heavily or have to pay such heavy licensing fees, they wanted in on the political system, so they could have a say in where that money was going. And so their agitation was about political expression, and they were willing to die for that stuff. So I think we kind of, in answering your question in a really long way about how this translates to today, Avalava, I think we don't live in the same world and the same psyche as these people did 100 years ago, 200 years ago. Very ballsy women indeed. We don't inhabit the same spaces as them in terms of, I don't think people in the Western world and in advanced countries, I don't think people have the same level of passion and energy as these people. There's not as much riding on the line for people in advanced countries. And I say advanced because I don't just mean Western. There's countries outside of the West that are very advanced. And would protesters put their lives on the line for things these days? I would say that would be more reduced than what people would have done in the past. But they would also been, living more harsh existences as well. And they would have been living existences where they were more detached from other people via technology, and they would have lived in their communities more often. They would have spoken about things, and they would have wanted to take matters into their own hands. I see people less likely in an advanced capitalistic context. I see those people less likely to sacrifice it all kind of for their political ideals. Less winning. Not that everyone wants to just go out and kill themselves for the cause. But I feel like this is something that is not in the calculation much these days. It is in developing areas though, like again, to bring up what was going on with the people we've spoken to with the Nepalese protests and how they overturned their government. Like these kids, these Gen Z, give them all the flack that you want. Gen Z, at least in Nepal anyway, they understood that this was life and death stuff in some of these street skirmishes, and they died. At least 20 people by initial reporting, up to 40, then projected beyond that to 70 people die as a result of a couple of days of skirmishing in the streets of Kathmandu and in the surrounding areas, we learned in our podcast as well. But like these people this is it. They either struggle for this and their life changes forever, or they don't and they die like this with a lack of access to what they think is necessary to live a justified and dignified existence. I think that's the most important thing, is the dignified existence. And a lot of these people were fighting for a dignified existence. Working class people also have much less economic capacity to engage in these issues too. I remember Chomsky mentioning this point, how his parents could take time off work to protest. Now that time off could mean the difference between having dinner or going to bed hungry. Yes, 100%. Yeah. And like as we are, that's why I like right at the start of the stream, I spent a bit of time speaking about this ideal of the working class movement. At the start was really about getting more time out of capital. And like a resting time. So not only there's less hours spent working in the day, so you can rest more, but it was actually about getting more time so you could partake in other stuff. You could develop yourself as an individual, develop your community. And so like time is the big thing that is fought over by the working classes. And so if you have time to not be plugged in and not be at work, if you have time to think about the state of the world, that's a problem. That's a big problem. And so, yes, we are very busy these days in the hope that we don't become, I think, politically active as well. We are very busy these days. So we don't threaten the system. I think it's convenient, if not manufactured. It's hard to get conspiratorial on that. But like it's very convenient, I think, for the status quo that everybody is so busy these days with being good consumers. So consumers of running around and making sure that everything's happening in the economy, and you're busy working and spending and all that sort of stuff, but also being consumers of like being good content consumers as well. Like everybody or a lot of people nowadays spend a lot of their time online. I think there's some crazy stats out there about how much people actually, like, on average, people spend, 6 hours a day or 3 hours a day, let's say, on their phone. And then like that increases with the younger generations up to like, 6 hours a day, 9 hours a day on their phone, which is incredible to think about. But like if you're spending all of that time on your phone, unless you're specifically just trying to educate yourself because you're some autodidact who is going to change the world, you're usually just doom scrolling or something like that. Or playing games or, something trivial, let's say. And so like people don't have the time, yes. And I think that is potentially manufactured, or capital just has a great ability of like, getting in the crevices, and any time that you do have it just sucks that up for use on the market, which is one of the characteristics of capital in the first place. Housing, food, water, electricity are all human rights according to the UN, for whatever that's worth. Shouldn't political activities also be included? I agree. I think they should. And they are, to a certain extent. Like, the right to protest is a human right. The right for political expression is a human right. There are caveats on some of that, though. So the right to freedom of expression is caveated by the idea that as long as it doesn't directly contradict public safety. So you can politically express yourself all you want, but if you think your political expression is blowing up a train, as what these people are doing, like that's not going to go down well with the ideas of political expression, or it can't be protected as a UN human right. Not that we actually respect the human rights. We don't really respect that stuff at all, I would say. We don't take it very seriously, unfortunately. It's just my reading of things. Like, we sign up to things like the UN, but we don't really meet it. Like, Australia, or New South Wales specifically, has intensified its protest laws, and people have tried to make the case that that's in, like, not allowing people to protest, or like making them go through the ringer with paperwork and police shutting this stuff down, that, violates the UN Charter. But like, who's going to enforce that? You can make a case as a lawyer, but like, who's going to enforce that? We don't have a world government. Yeah. And so I for me, a world government situation is probably as socialist as you can get, or as close to delivering some form of socialism as you can get. It is independent national sovereignty. National sovereignty is above world sovereignty, yes. And so like, it allows nation states that are powerful, like the US, just to do whatever they want and completely disregard the rules-based order. So I think an actual world government of some sort is the closest thing that you could get to the realization of something beyond capitalism, because you could start to regulate the economy en masse and change attitudes and standards throughout the world. So capital has no way to run, is what capital likes to do at the moment, what the economy likes to do, what the bourgeoisie likes to do, is they like to take their money, take their influence, take their power, and move it around the world to areas that suit it. And then as soon as that area stops suiting it, it moves its capital, it moves itself, it moves its power, it moves the bourgeoisie literally to other places where they can set up businesses, corporations, networks, intelligence services, whatever they need to suit their own interests, so they can continue to dominate the world economy. And they do that by pinning national sovereignty against national sovereignty and discounting international law. And so like a world government with real teeth would be something that opposes that tendency within capitalism to have the bourgeoisie kind of play us all for fools. However, conversely to that, and in dialectical relation to that, a world government is also something that potentially could be used as a massive arm of suppression to finally control the world's working class. So it'd be important to make sure that any type of, world government authority or something like that is truly democratic, and all nations kind of have a say, and it's done in a way where no one or private interests can take a hold of that vehicle, if that makes sense. But in a bourgeois world, in a capitalist system, you'd probably have to tend towards the idea that with a world government style situation that has teeth, that could, rein in someone like America or rein in someone like China, that private interest eventually would take hold of that, because that's what's happened in every other situation. All the governments, all the states, all the national interests around the world, whether they believe they are or not, eventually get co-opted by the interests of capital, the bourgeoisie, etc., etc. Even if they, have some pretty progressive policies and ideas, they end up getting somehow consumed by the bourgeoisie, by capitalism, all that sort of stuff. It eventually happens, the takeover. But where do you go? Because many people would argue that the system beyond capitalism, so some type of socialist situation, the socialist movement is international. It is international because the working class is, it's scattered across the world, and it knows no boundary, the working class. We're all, working people are of all different nationalities, creeds and understandings. And so the only way to actually have some form of socialism is to have some type of a world government of sorts, because it needs to be an international affair. And that's why, people like Marx and prominent socialists at his time set up things like the first International Working Men's Association, because they wanted to spread these ideas about socialism, about working class solidarity across the world, so they could learn from each other and help fight back against capital on a global scale, not just in one nation. Because it doesn't matter how amazing it is within that one nation, the forces of capital, like the bourgeoisie, will unite and end that project one way or another. And so it needs to be an international movement. And so I find that if socialism or if some type of anti-capitalist movement is going to be something that is international across boundaries, then you would need some type of a world governance structure that actually has power to come as a result of that international movement. And so both of them are connected. But again, it could easily be co-opted, a world government, for the interests of the private sector, and they could do some nefarious stuff with it, really crazy stuff with it. Now, I'm going to leave it there for Militant Mondays, or the main segment of this live stream. So if you've been hanging out today, I do appreciate your interactions and coming along for the journey, even if you haven't been able to interact too much. And you're lurking or you're watching this after the fact, thank you for coming along. And so just a big thank you to Nathan as well for putting together today's stream and giving us the playlist that we've been able to learn a bit of stuff about. I think it's important, again, to understand the history of things, to be honest. Because without that context, you're recreating the wheel, or you just have the wool pulled over your eyes, which is what we're having, to be honest, a lot these days. That you could end up doing the capitalist jobs for them. Yes. Now, yes, thank you. And a round of applause as well for Indoctrinating. So thank you very much for putting that together. Do appreciate it. And I'll just go and quickly call people out. Indoctrinating, are you doing a stream today, by the way? Let me know. Lab Jeff, Cheese Swift, starting us off. Ninja Nurse was in the house too. Jag was in the house earlier. Dilemmas. Dr. Nathan. Who have I missed? 4AS was in the house for a little bit. We had one troll coming in. And Avalava in the stream chat. So thank you, everybody, for your interactions. And you are doing a stream? Okay. So I'm going to be going till 3:30. So I'm guessing we're rating you at 3:30 with anyone who's hanging out for the afters. So come along, everybody, for an afters session if you are keen, and then we'll be rating indoctrination around 3:30. So yeah, stick around if you're hanging out for the afters, and we will be back very shortly. So don't go anywhere.
Is they seem to have a lot of questions about Israel's relationship with the U.S.
Would be unnatural to have a different position.
Right, of course, completely unnatural. You know, sometimes stupid people have stupid questions because they don't know the correct answer. And one of the questions right before his death, I'm going to ask you about your phone call with Charlie Kirk.
No, you're not.
Of course, there's no reason we can't just move right along. Now, if I may, many Americans have the
Thank you, 4AS. Thank you. Got it. Thank you. Like I said, I was just saying, like, we're gonna hang out for the afters today. We're just gonna be going across some content that I've wanted to have a look at myself. Basically, I just haven't had the chance to yet. And one of them, which pains me to say, is this Nick Shirley guy, because he's going around like asking people about who they want for mayor, and like basically the G up is asking New Yorkers if they will vote for a communist. Dun dun dun. Like, I think evil goddamn communists. And so like, yeah, let's see what the vibe is in terms of from his editing structure and his editing capabilities. He's running propaganda campaigns, obviously, for right-wing sentiments, and he has absolutely no care at all if people are going to vote for a communist. He's just trying to sway, I guess, public opinion, or paint the picture that, like, you know, New York is another one of those lost cities like Portland, and like, you know, the battle's on, and like Portland's been lost to Antifa, and like maybe he's going to start painting the picture that New York's been lost to the communists, the evil communists coming to get you. So like, let's have a look at this one together, shall we? I don't have high hopes for this, but like, let's see what the people of New York are being curated to say. Let's have a look.
Who are you guys voting for mayor?
We've gotten too comfortable not trying new things. It may not work.
We should absolutely tax the rich.
They bribed me $10 million to drop out.
Do you think Zoran's the future of the Democratic Party?
I think so, yeah.
That's why I'm voting Mamdani, because I'm voting for the guy who gave me the Lamborghini.
Today I'm here in New York City, and today we're going to be asking New Yorkers who they're going to be voting for in their mayoral election. This is potentially the most important mayoral election in history. Right now you have candidates like Zoran Mamdani, who's a self-proclaimed Democrat socialist, whose ideas sound a bit more like a communist than they sound like a Democrat. Right now he's running on things such as government.
Why is he a communist? Because he wants to freeze the rent, build 200,000 affordable homes, stand up to bad landlords, hey? No cost, universal childcare, make buses fast and free, improving safety. That makes him a commie.
Grocery stores, freezing the rent, defunding the police, giving free childcare, and free public transportation with the buses. And then you have Andrew Cuomo, who has quite the track record with a lot of things. And then you have Curtis Sliwa, who's a New York...
Quite the track record with a lot of things. What does that even mean?
Through and through, who started initiatives like the Guardian Angels to keep New York City safe. And so today we're going to be asking...
Did he say defund the police? Yeah. So apparently, like, Mamdani has been like caught a number of times because he's a state legislator, and so like he's would have been on the train with everyone that was calling for the defunding of the police back in 2020, 2021, all that sort of stuff, and so like he's been on the mic saying that, on the record saying that a number of times, and he's had to defend that quite a lot during his mayoral campaign because everyone has completely reneged on that one. And like, while New York cut all of this money out of its police department budget in like 2020 and 2021, they went back and reinstated all of that like really quickly. So yeah, they clip him from years ago saying that and say, look, he's calling for defunding the police. Look at him, he's crazy.
New Yorkers who they're going to be voting for. Right now the lead is looking like Zoran Mamdani's going to win, but things might be
I wonder what the odds are the odds still? Let's have a look. Sports bet I think we used last time. Yeah, look at that. Mamdani still 0 paying out nicely there. Or not nicely, actually. Can you see that? Zoran is 1.03. Cuomo's moved to 13. He was 12 last time we checked. Curtis Lewa, 46. He's stayed the same. But like Andrew's actually dropped since we checked this like a week ago, I reckon. Interesting.
So today we're going to be asking people who they're going to be voting for. And today we're going to be going from Wall Street all the way up to the Bronx, covering all of New York City, asking people who they're going to be voting for to get a real idea who's going to potentially win and what people have to say. Here we go. Who are you going to be voting for?
I'm not going to be voting for Mamdani.
And why not Mamdani?
Nobody ever heard of him since a couple of months ago. I never heard of him.
And what do you think it says about people like Bernie Sanders, AOC, even the governor here is all backing Mamdani right now?
I don't get it. I think it's a scam to New Yorkers.
And who are you going to be voting for?
I'm going to vote Republican.
Who are you going to be voting for?
Cuomo.
And why Cuomo?
Well, he was a good governor, regardless of some things people were saying about the nursing homes and the sexual harassment claims. They were disproved.
And are you worried if Mamdani wins?
Concerned. Some of the things he's saying are terrifying. To defund the police is the wrong way to go. Mm-hmm. It's going backwards. We don't want that.
And ma'am, who are you going to be voting for?
Zoran.
I wonder if that's still true. If he's still... Let's ask our research assistant, shall we? If it's still true. Because I thought, yeah, that was antiquated from, his early years. Because he's pretty, vocal in politics. He's been a political figure for a while. He hasn't come out of nowhere. Is Zoran Mamdani running his mayoral campaign with a promise to defund the police? Please provide sources. In June 2020, Mamdani posted on social media, "We don't need an investigation to how the NYPD is racist, anti-queer, and a major threat to public safety. We need to defund the NYPD. This indicates that at that time he was publicly supporting defund the police. What his current mayoral campaign says, according to recent coverage during the 2025 campaign for mayor of New York City, Mamdani has explicitly said he is not running on a defund the police platform. We are not defunding the police, he said, and instead emphasized working with the New York Police Department and focusing on social services." There you go. In 2020, he publicly said it. Sorry, you guys can't see that probably. In 2025, no. So that one stuck with people, and I'm sure that's been thrown around as political propaganda to try and throw him off. Or throw people off him supporting him. It sounds like it's working.
And why Zoran?
Yeah, that's it. No Cuomo, no nobody else. Zoran.
Yeah, what makes you want to vote for Zoran?
He's young, is progressive, is for the community.
We're inside the financial capital of the world, New York City. Who are you going to be voting for the mayoral election?
Definitely not Mamdani.
Why not Mamdani?
I just go against his ideas, communal markets, and just against everything he goes against, everything he follows through,
You don't want a free government-run grocery store?
No, definitely not.
A lot of his ideas sound very socialist, very communist-like. Has it ever been proven to work in any major country?
Yeah, definitely not. You can see Soviet Union crashed in the 1900s. You see Cuba, horrible place to live at. You see Venezuela. Venezuela is a horrible place right now.
Who are you guys going to be voting for?
I'm not going to lie. Don't vote for Mamdani, gang. Just be honest. Don't do that. Feel me? If you want to do Curtis, bro. Curtis, because you feel me?
I definitely agree with him on the terms because of the way conditions are going right now. especially with like the shit with EBT. Like if everybody knows right now, none of us have food stamps this month. And this is taken away from a lot of families. So you get what I'm saying? And this doing that, this is moving everything
So should
around.
less people rely on the government?
Yes.
Yeah. Just don't vote for Mondani, bro. Like, because he's trying to take away the cops and stuff from me. Because without cops, I'm not gonna lie, I know they jerk sometimes, but they're doing their job. You feel me?
Who are you voting for mayor?
Mondami.
And why Mondami?
Why not?
Is there anything that gets you super excited about voting for Mondami?
I just think he's a really cool person, and I think he'll put New York City back on the map. And he is trying to do the right thing.
Do you think people should rely less or more on the government?
Oh, more. That's what it's there for. Otherwise, why have a government? I mean, to fill people's pockets.
Who are you going to be voting for the mayor election?
Cuomo.
Why Cuomo?
I think you have more experience and know the government system there.
Yeah, I know. I love he saved the leading question of socialism never works anywhere to someone who agreed with his premises. That's why I like, this guy. Like, there's always this sense that it's like, oh, completely or, randomized interviewing. And it might be. He might just go up to randoms. But the editing is where it's at. It's all about post-production, baby. And, like, he's literally hanging out the front of on Wall Street. Like, there it is. And so, like, yeah, he's picked a guy in a suit who's a budding Wall Street trader and asked him what he thinks, why socialism doesn't work. Like, come on, hey?
Yeah, and I can tell you're a rich man right here. Would you be excited to pay an extra 2% on your taxes if Mondami wins?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter?
No, personally for me, it doesn't matter.
Because you already have enough money. Who are you guys voting for mayor?
For mayor?
Yeah.
We go for Mondani.
Really, and why do you guys want to vote for Mondami?
He loves Jews.
And how's he shown that he loves Jews?
Because he's our brother. He's Arab with Jews. He was the same father.
And in what ways has Mondami shows he loves Jews?
I didn't say that. He said that. I don't know. I didn't pay attention yet. I don't know yet what I'm gonna do.
And who are you gonna vote for?
I don't know yet. I voted for Cuomo in the primaries, but I don't know what I'm going to do now.
While we were down by the financial district, somebody said Curtis Sliwa is doing a press conference down here by Staten Island Fairleigh. He is one of the mayoral candidates here. We're going to try and do an interview with
This guy, obvious, like, he's been there kissing the ring of Trump and stuff like that, just happens to walk by when Sliwa is doing an interview, like a public press conference, just happens to walk by. God, that was lucky.
him right now. Really quick, Curtis, what's your elevator pitch to New Yorkers why they should vote for you?
Well, as you can see, I came out of the subways. I'm taking the ferry. I'm the mass transit mayor. That's the one thing that unites us, most New Yorkers. Take the subways, the buses, the express buses, the speed ferries, or in this case, the Staten Island ferry every day. 6 million. I have a bond with them. Zoran Mondami occasionally, and Andrew Cuomo never, because he's too busy up in the suites with his billionaire friends. So I'm the working class mayor, and I represent their interests, even if they're not supporting me.
And a lot of people have wondered why hasn't Curtis dropped out, but why haven't you dropped out if people are worried if Mondami's going to win because you're going to split the vote and whatnot? But you're a Republican, and Cuomo lost.
Coincidental happenstance. Yeah, I take it back. Like, my insinuation that this was contrived is defamatory. I take it back. Complete coincidental happenstance.
Mondami, why won't you drop out?
Well, decisively, and by the way, they bribed me $10 million to drop out, and I said, oh no, it's not only unethical, that's illegal. So then they couldn't bribe me, so then they threatened to kill me and my wife. Now I have, for the first time in my life, armed security. After the Gottis and Gambino shot me with 5 hollow point bullets and I recovered in 1992, I never had armed security. Now I have to have armed security. So they think these billionaires, these insiders and influencers, they think they're going to pick the next mayor. Guess what? I trust the people. The people vote. That's what.
I don't mind if you're biased. I'd actually respect you better if you put your bias up front, but acting like you're bipartisan when you're not is weak. Yeah, it's misleading too, because he's acting like, oh, wow, look, I just happenstanced upon Sliwa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Here's a little pitch. What are we, 5 minutes in, I bet you? 6 minutes in a nice sweet spot A nice sweet spot going out to 800,000 viewers in 3 days. That's the sweet spot. You get stuff in the first 5 minutes. If people stick around, like the curve drops off when you look at analytics. But like if it's a 20-minute piece, the 5-minute mark is important. You get it in around there, and then people will drop off after that.
What democracy is about, one person, one vote, and we'll see who they pick on November 4th, and I believe it'll be me.
Who are you guys going to vote for mayor?
I already did. I
vote
did
for?
that last Saturday. I vote for, what's his name? Mondami.
And how come Mondami?
Because I figure we're done with Goombas, you know? We don't need
What's
any
that
more
mean?
of that.
I wish there was a New Yorker here to translate. What's a Goomba? What did he say?
I figure we're done with Goombas, you know?
What's a Goomba?
We don't need any more of them. And that.
What's a Goomba? Did he say that right? Did I get that? I'm going to just type it in. Goomba. Goomba is an Italian-American slang term that can be a few different things. Nick calls him Mamdami, by the way, which is hilarious. It comes from an Italian word, compare, meaning godfather or close friend among Italians. It was traditionally a term of affection, like saying my buddy, my brother, Goombas. Okay, so they're all buddies, they're all friends. We don't need any of those organized. That's some old Italian racism. Interesting. Well, it sounds like it's a term of, classifying people as, maybe organized criminals, like they're in that for the boys. Hey, we don't need more of those Goombas in there. Okay, outside of that community, it can take it as a pejorative tone, referring to Italian Americans who seem to be stereotypical wise guy or wannabe mobster, often flashy, macho, or old school. So among friends, affectionate, among outsiders on media, it's a slur or a caricature. It's like calling all Italians mobsters. There it is. Hey, well, Cuomo, man, the shoe fits. Like, his family is definitely associated with organized crime.
That's all the other choice was.
And who are you voting for mayor?
Siwa! Curtis! My son took a bullet for New York. What the fuck? He actually got shot. Like, I never got shot up, but I could relate. Like, he's gritty, you know what I'm saying? Man, Donnie, he's like, I don't know, he's like slow, I ain't gonna lie. Yeah. I don't think he get no bitches, to be honest with you.
And so you'd vote for Sliwa?
Did he say
100%.
Yeah,
slow,
get no.
I don't think he get no bitches, to be honest with you.
And so
You get no bitches.
100%. I'd take Cuomo over what's his name, Zoran? I would take Cuomo over him. You could even throw Eric Adams back in the mix for all that.
And Zoran Mondami says he's a Democrat socialist, but his ideas like government-ran grocery stores, free
Nick interviewing his roommate. It's so good.
buses, free childcare.
The buses was free anyway. Anybody, that's how you know he not from New York. If you from New York, MTA is free. We do not pay for no MTA. We jump in turnstiles, we get it on the bus, back door, front door, it don't matter. So I don't know what the f he talking about. It's free. That shit been free.
So would that make him a communist in your eyes with all that free stuff, wanting to give away free bus rides?
It
makes
him a fucking idiot. The shit he's talking about we do anyway under any policy. That's not some monumental change. This shit been free. Anybody who's from New York knows MTA is free. We do not pay for MTA. What is it? $2.75 now? No, it's 0.0.
So that just proves that he's not a real New Yorker?
He don't know what the f? Everybody in New York knows MTA is free. And he think he doing something. That's common knowledge. If you vote for him, and that's one of the reasons motherfuckers is voting for him, then you should be banned from New York. Like, you're just not sturdy here. That shit, nah. Curtis Siwa knows, if you ask him, like maybe for the cameras he won't say that because, he got a job to do, he trying to win. But New Yorker to New Yorker, he's going to tell you, yeah, that shit free. Like, I ain't gonna lie, I know that shit free. He done hopped that shit before. Like, come on, everybody done hopped that shit.
And now we're here by NYU. We're going to go ask the scholars here at NYU what they have to say and who they're going to be voting for the mayoral election. But really quick, before we go to NYU, I want to tell you guys about the sponsor of this video, Opus Clip. And what you over million Opus from editing full-time 3.0. Wondering how hard it is to use Opus. That's it. With a sweet Nick Shirley And now let's go talk to the scholars here at NYU, see what they have to say about who they're going to be voting for the mayoral election. So you're a scholar here at NYU?
I am.
And who are you voting for mayor?
Oh, for mayor? Mandami.
And why Mandami?
We've gotten too comfortable not trying new things. It may not work, but we can say that we've tried, and I think I like his proposals and his ideas. This isn't the first time we've not elected somebody with a political history, a legislative history, and it won't be the last, so why not try it out?
You say why not try it out. What's your favorite thing that you're excited to try out?
I think some of his proposals around rent and housing. I'm studying at the law school, and I did a clinic on tenants' rights and eviction. I think affordable housing is a really big issue.
Are you a scholar here at NYU?
Yeah.
And who are you voting for?
I think I'm gonna vote for Zoran. Yeah.
Why do you think so many young people are voting for Zoran?
I feel like he's the only one that's like coming up with like plans that young people have been like plans to help how the situation is in New York right now for young people. It's so expensive to live here, to even afford to eat.
You got some matcha in your hand right here.
Oh yeah.
How much money do you spend on matcha here a day?
Almost $10, literally.
And with all these changes Zoran wants to make, who's going to bring in the money? Are you going to pay more in taxes, or would you like to pay more in taxes, or would you be happy about more of your money going, or do you think we should just tax the rich extra more?
We should absolutely tax the rich. They need to pay their dues for what they have done to the working class.
Yeah. It's clever. But that's the interviewing tactic. Again, if he wants to let his bias come through, who cares? Go for it. But it's the style of the presentation of the content, which is interesting. And the Sliwa thing is just, it says it all. Hey? Complete random occurrence.
Communities and people, they should be the ones paying for majority of stuff. I am a student. I don't have a full-time job, so I will not be paying taxes.
So we should just let other people pay our taxes.
He's just nailing a student. I'm a student, so I don't pay taxes. Oh, so we just let other people do it. Is that right? Huh? You're a free rider? God damn it. Now he's doing all the Zoran interviews, around the university campus. So.
I did not say that. I think everyone should.
However, let other people pay our taxes.
I did not say that. I think everyone should, share their way of their taxes, but I believe the rich have gotten away with way too much, and it's time that they get taken down a few pegs. And that means if they got to pay more taxes, they should.
And what are you studying
I
here?
would love to be taxed. If I ever become rich enough, I would like to I will not ever want to become a billionaire. I'll make sure that I give my money to somewhere so I always stay in at least a millionaire mark. If I become...
This guy worshipped Charlie Kirk just a little bit. Just a little bit. It's an interesting style of his compared to Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk is, let's engage everybody in debate. And this guy's kind of just goes around interviewing people and following people around in controversial circumstances too. So it's interesting content. It is, regardless of whether it's contrived through the editing style.
I'm rich. And I would love to be taxed because I feel like, if you're making money.
The irony of not liking Zoran, why? Because the MTA is free. I jumped the turnstile. You realize you're stealing from the taxpayer. The thing you're criticizing Zoran for. That is pretty funny, isn't it? Because me and Jag were speaking about this the other day, and Jag was saying that he's not a big fan, I think, of the idea of making the buses free because no one pays for it anyway, which is interesting. Because apparently there's a massive hole in the budget, and a big part of that hole is the fact that no one pays their fares, and then people just get on the buses and no one really regulates it. And so I guess if no one's paying, why not formalize it? At this point, that guy was pretty much just saying, hey, look, everybody does it and no one pays the fares. He's literally, yes, justifying the fact that he has been breaking the rules or breaking the law or whatever and stealing from the taxpayer. And then he has the audacity to, you know, think that that type of policy is stupid. When people just get free stuff, eh? It's free stuff. It's pretty funny.
This country is structured on the use of labor and hard labor from other unskilled individuals. If you're making money to that you're benefiting off of that, I feel like you should pay your due a lot.
Who are you voting for mayor?
I'm voting for Cuomo.
And what makes you want to vote for Cuomo?
I do like Sliwa, but I think Cuomo is the best bet to kind of beat Mamdani, so that's what I'm going with. I think that's what's best for New York.
So now is it just more for who's going to beat Mamdani?
Yes, absolutely.
And do you think Curtis is splitting the vote?
Yeah, I saw he had like 10% of the vote, and I think that's kind of all Cuomo needed to close the distance. So, I'll do whatever it takes to kind of beat Mamdani.
Who are you voting for mayor?
I am voting Mamdani.
And why?
Because he's the most obvious choice.
What makes him an obvious choice for you?
It's just like, I'm trying to think. This reminds me of a certain comedy sketch where the comedian was like, we could either vote in one guy and he's gonna give everybody free houses, free rent, and he's gonna give everybody a Lamborghini, or we could vote in somebody who's gonna burn down the city. That's why I'm voting Mamdani, because I'm voting for the guy who give me the Lamborghini.
Yeah, so you think Mamdani's just gonna give you guys everything?
Not everything. I'm saying it's the most obvious choice.
You think somebody like Curtis Sliwa or Cuomo is gonna burn down the city?
Curtis Sliwa, I'm not saying they're gonna burn down the city. It's just a hyperbolic analogy.
What do you think is going to happen with government-run grocery stores and free buses? Do you think that sounds like a good idea?
That does sound like a good idea.
And freezing the rent?
That does sound like a good idea.
What if they have to freeze the rent to the point where eventually then the landlord's not able to come in and fix the washer and make a profit on his own lease?
That's their problem.
Who are you going to vote for mayor?
Ooh. Probably Cuomo.
And you as a woman, would you feel safe having a social worker come and...
Did he just assume her gender?
Calm down and de-escalate the situation, or would you rather have NYPD?
I'd rather have NYPD. They know what they're doing. I don't believe in defunding the police. I think that's going to cause more issues in the long run.
Who are you voting for mayor?
I like Cuomo, but I think Mamdani might be pulling the lead a little bit with me.
And what makes him pull the lead for you?
I like his young energy. You know what I mean? He's bringing new energy to the field, and we need that now, you know what I'm saying, in New York.
Do you think Mamdani's the future of the Democratic Party?
I hope so. We got to start getting, new energy, new people, and, just make it an even field with the Republicans so we could fight back,
What's your favorite example of socialism that's worked?
I don't have a big example of socialism.
Like between Venezuela, Cuba, Soviet Union, what's your favorite one?
Man, you put me on the spot. I'm going to have to go Cuba. I'm going to have to go Cuba. Yeah, let's go there. It's just so complicated for me. I got so much information in my head, but I'm going to go with that.
Do you like the idea of defunding NYPD?
Nah, I don't think we should defund the cops. I think we should just regulate a lot of things, get more mental health people on the streets, things like that. Instead of defunding the cops, we kind of need them, having them more around, more presence.
So like Cuomo and Sliwa, they want to add more police to the city. Do you think that'd be a good idea?
Yeah, I think you could add more cops. We all, especially giving them jobs and money, we all need jobs and money, right? So, add more cops, get more stuff, protected in the streets, make people feel safe, like you said.
Would you rather have a social worker come to a robbery or a police officer?
I'd rather have a police officer.
What a fucking loaded question that was. Do you remember when we were looking at the debates and they were talking about this idea of whether they should get social workers in social workers in versus police when there has been an incident involving someone with a mental health issue, and they're going to try and figure out whether or not that you need to send in like the police, or you can send in a social worker that is skilled in a certain area to speak or to service someone that has a mental health issue. He was like, would you rather send a social worker or the cops to a robbery? Like, what a leading question that is. That's funny. So good. Would you rather send the ambulance or a firefighter to a bushfire? There's no right or wrong answer. Just tell me how you feel. So good. Is this guy a volunteer for the other candidates? He's working this guy. It is a stupid question. It's so good.
Officer. But I would rather have a social worker come to a domestic dispute.
And with Mandami potentially winning this race, what kind of responsibility do you think that is of a man who's in his 30s to run the biggest city in the world, the financial capital of the world?
So many people ask me this question. Like, I think it's going to be such a test. I think this is going to be the biggest test. Not only is he going to have to go against Trump and all the stuff, the threats that Trump is making, not only is he going to have to try to keep the promises that he made. That's not really easy, especially with the rent and stuff like that. But I think this is going to be the biggest test. And if he can move the way we want him to move, I think it's just going to be the future. I think this is the way to go.
And who are you voting for?
Sliwa, definitely. I'm Staten Islander, conservative. He's from New York. I trust Sliwa to take control of what's going on in the city right now. I work in the city, so I see a lot of the madness. So hopefully, he gets elected and cleans up the city a little bit.
And does it worry you that Mandami is winning the polls right now? Everything's showing that he's going to win.
I mean, the polls are fake, though. I mean, who are they interviewing? I haven't been interviewed. I don't know anybody who's been interviewed. They try to do the same thing with Trump and Hillary. So I think it's just trying to scare people to, not vote and just say, oh, he won. So people who actually would vote for Sliwa are going to be like, oh, he's not going to win, so why am I going to go bother to vote? So I think everyone just votes and sticks to the plan, and hopefully it turns out in our favor.
You're a New Yorker. Were you living here during 9/11?
Yes.
What did you think about Mandami's press conference when he talked about his aunt, who actually turned out not to be his aunt, that she was the victim of 9/11, not being able to wear her hijab here on the subway?
It's embarrassing because people are still suffering from 9/11, and I don't see him sympathizing with the people who actually...
What was that scandal? Does anyone know this one? This is just a chance for him to smear Mamdani.
Here during 9/11?
Yes.
What did you think about Mandami's press conference when he talked about his aunt, who actually turned out not to be his aunt, that she was the victim of 9/11, not being able to wear her hijab here on the subway?
It's embarrassing because people...
Okay, so can you quickly explain the situation where Mamdani spoke about his aunt who was a victim of 9/11 and was not allowed to wear her hijab on the subway, but she ended up not being his aunt? Ooh, the drama of American politics. I haven't heard that scandal. Well, look, this is why we watch Nick Shirley, right? During the campaign speech, Mamdani said, I wanted to speak to the memory of my aunt who stopped taking the subway after 9/11 because she did not feel safe in her hijab. Right. He framed this anecdote to illustrate a quiet discrimination and Islamophobia faced by Muslim New Yorkers after September 11 attacks. Critics in the media began to dig into the claim and found that his aunt appears not to have been a person implied. His only publicly known aunt on his father's side lived in Tanzania during the 9/11 period and did not publicly wear a hijab. When pressed, Mamdani clarified that the person he referenced was not his biological aunt, but more of a distant relative, my father's cousin, named Zera Fuhi. He said Fuhi means paternal aunt in Urdu and Hindi. In short, Mamdani uses a personal anecdote to illustrate 9/11 anti-Muslim discrimination. Later, it was revealed that aunt in this story does not direct aunt, but a more distant relative, and publicly known aunt did not match this description. Mamdani responded to clarify the identity of the relative, but did not satisfy critics. That's interesting. Seems like a non-issue, and especially if you know something about potentially any culture that's not Anglo. But a lot of cultures, out of respect, to people in your community especially, but it doesn't even have to be. It could just be people that are older than you. You call them uncle and aunt. So it may be that case there. Not that it's being said here, but any cultures outside of a Western culture, a lot of people that are older than you and related somehow, affiliated with your family or community, you can just brush them off as aunt and uncle, and then you don't even have to know their names properly. And actually, it's quite easy like that, actually. but she's not your actual auntie. How dare you call her your aunt? So good. The controversy also fed into the political attacks and scrutiny of his campaign. For example, Vice President J.D. Vance mocked the remark. According to Zoran, the real victim of 9/11 was his auntie, who got some allegedly bad looks. Oh my God, that is the best J.D. Vance quote ever. According to Zoran, the real victim of 9/11 was his auntie, who got some bad looks. That's the real victim of 9/11. So good. A lot of cultures use auntie and uncle as a mark of respect. Yeah, I wonder if it's related to that, or if he was just lying through his teeth. And he's just like, yes, it was my auntie who felt unsafe. It was just some woman he knows.
Still suffering from 9/11, and I don't see him sympathizing with the people who actually are still suffering from 9/11. So I don't know. He's just rambling. He's just looking for sympathy because he's a rapper, actor, and a trust fund baby. So that's it. I don't believe anything he's saying. It's all bullshit.
Who are you voting for?
Mandami.
And why Mandami?
Because he's like a good person. I mean, he has politics I align with. Like, I don't know.
And what do you think is going to happen in New York City if he does win?
Probably not too much, honestly. Probably stay pretty much the same.
Do any of his policies concern you? For instance, like maybe defunding the police or not supporting them as much as the other candidates?
He's really pushing the defund the police thing, isn't he? Hey, sneaky Nick. Sneaky Nick Shirley.
It's like Sliwa or Cuomo?
Nah, I support that.
Really? Would you like the NYPD to be defunded?
Yeah.
Who are you guys voting for mayor?
Already voted for Mamdani.
And why did you guys vote for Mamdani?
A lot of different reasons.
And
what I think is best for New York.
And what were some of those reasons other than he's best for New York?
I believe in socialism.
Oh, he believes in socialism. Get him! Oh my God. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Sorry. He's a socialist. Get it. I want to hear this one.
Voting for mayor?
Already voted for Mamdani.
And why did you guys vote for Mamdani?
A lot of different reasons.
And
what I think is best for New York.
And what were some of those reasons other than he's best for New York?
I believe in socialism.
Really? And what's your favorite example of socialism that's worked?
That's worked. I like Bernie.
What do you think about his policies such as defunding the police? Do you think the NYPD should be defunded?
Him calling Mamdani is really grinding me now. Mamdami. Not Mamdani. Well, like, you know what's interesting? How he keeps going back to, like, whenever else someone says that they're voting for him, he's just like, so tell me your best example of socialism. Kind of thing. Hey? Got you.
Yeah, I do.
And if someone's robbing your house?
I like Bernie.
What do you think about his policies such as defunding the police? Do you think the NYPD should be defunded?
Yeah, I do.
And if someone's robbing your house, who do you want to call?
I'd call the police if
The
someone's robbing my
Ghostbusters.
house. I'm not saying, I don't think the police should have like no funding.
Yeah.
But I think that there should be a lot less funding for the police.
Jan, you've been here on the channel before. Who are you voting for mayor?
It doesn't matter who you want to be mayor. You vote for who you don't want to be mayor. And you do not want Zoran Mamdani, whatever his name is, to be anywhere close to that office. There are like easily 3 distinct reasons, but really more, that you do not want that. And people don't understand what it's like to elect a Muslim socialist until they elect a Muslim socialist. You could ask our friends in London, how many years has Sadiq Khan been mayor there? How's that going?
What do you think will happen in New York City if Zoran does win?
You know, there'll be a few immediate things. One, if you're Jewish or Christian, you're going to feel extremely unsafe. You're going to be looking at a lot of the sort of Muslim street and Antifa-style element behaving like complete animals because they no longer have any limitations. The police are on their side, right? Second of all, you're going to see tremendous crime. Those same liberal white girls that are probably going to be why Mamdani wins, if he does, are going to be the first on the chopping block. And it's going to be awfully satisfying, grimly so, when they're the ones getting sexually harassed in the subway, because guess what? They're the first in line. Because there's no one protecting them, and they're gonna wonder about their vote at that point. But of course, by then,
Why do you say awfully
they'll be quick.
satisfying?
Huh?
Why do you say awfully satisfying?
Because it's there is something deeply satisfying about someone facing the unintended consequences of their actions. I don't find it satisfying because I like it. It's horrendous. But the fact that they actively voted for this while claiming people like myself and yourself are racist, are fascist, are Nazis, let's see if they think that way still when they're getting sexually assaulted by some guy who should either be in prison or mental asylum. Cuomo's not great. I never thought in a million years I would advocate for Cuomo. He killed all those people with the nursing homes.
Wow. He's definitely picked some characters. Let's have a look at this. Is this like Zoran's response? Zoran gives response to the auntie situation. Eh? How's the dog whistles? It's pretty fucking intense. Eh? Let's have a look at this one. What is it? My father's cousin is my aunt.
How it was a lie that there was an aunt who was wearing a hijab in the story that you told, and
that you admitted that you lied about it.
So, and the question is, how are you going to convince New Yorkers if this is what I'm just going to translate this question? I'm going to translate your response, but it's like, so how can you convince New Yorkers if that is the type of person that you are? In other words, that you don't tell the truth.
Well, it's not a lie. My father's cousin is my aunt.
Peace. I am not a New Yorker, but I lived in New York City for long enough to experience firsthand that New York is indeed one of the most racially, ethnically, and culturally diverse cities in the world. You see, this bad faith question comes down to if you know, you know. And I was a New Yorker long enough to know Indian New Yorkers already know. Arab New Yorkers already know. Latino, Caribbean, African, Black New Yorkers, Jewish, Italian, Irish New Yorkers. No, we all know that Zoran Mamdani is not lying about his father's cousin, an elder, being his aunt. And you want to know how I know? My father's cousin is my aunt. The lady who went to school with my dad back in the days that sat next to him in class is my aunt. The church mother, the older black lady who used to give my dad a heaping helping of mashed potatoes at Ryan's buffet. The black lady who said bless you when my daddy sneezed from across the street is my aunt. And you know who else is my aunt? Zoran Mamdani's dad's cousin. If you
Oh, that's so funny. It's so true though. Like if you
How
just
it was a lie
have
that
any
they-
culture beyond, I guess, an Anglo culture, like it's very commonplace to call people, and it's so easy as well. Like I said, you don't even have to know people's names. It's just like, oh man, that person's older than me. Hey auntie, hey uncle, what's going on? Words like communism, socialism, defund the police. These are catchphrases the right use to get reactions out of uninformed. It's so good though. It's working like crazy. Like even that guy was just like, "No, I'm a socialist," kind of thing. He was just like, "Well, what about if you defund the police and someone breaks into your house? What are you gonna do then, asshole?" Yeah, it's so good. Indoctrinate. Yeah, my aunties are more than my parents' siblings. But the other side of the coin, voting for someone because they will give you free stuff is dumb on so many levels. So many levels.
He was just kind of...
This guy's fucking, he's he's loving it. He's a character.
Kind of just a long time. His dad, I think was, if I recall correctly, was governor. Like, he's a long time political hack. But I'll take a political Democrat hack over a Muslim socialist.
Who are you voting for the mayoral election?
Zoran.
And why Zoran?
Because I like his policies. Simple as that. I think Cuomo doesn't have the city's best interest in mind. Doesn't even really live here and hasn't for a while. He seems just to be running because he's a disgraced governor, former governor.
Should billionaires exist?
I don't think so, no.
And does any of his policies concern you, or what makes you so excited about some of his policies, like freezing the rent, government rent, grocery stores, defunding the police, taxing the rich an extra 2%?
Yeah, I think a lot of the policies, if taken at face value, there can be bad implementations of them. Zoran, if he gets elected, which hopefully he will, there should be nuance to the policy when it's implemented, like rent control and rent freeze at face value. There could be bad implications of that, like apartments that have rent control not being renovated and not renting out.
Does it worry you at all that he's very young and he hasn't really had many jobs outside of being an assemblyman? He was a rapper. His parents are millionaires from the country he's from.
He said he's not had many jobs, but being an assemblyman. Can you briefly give me Mamdani's resume? It seems to be very controversial, his working history. And it's actually doing his resume. That's hilarious. I was really thinking about it. Worked as a foreclosure prevention housing counselor in Queens. Organising campaign work, pursued a music and film adjacent path. I think we saw you watching his film clips like last week. Actually, his music film clips. In 2020, he ran for and won election. So like that's it. Like, why does that not count as work? Like he's got an election and he's in the New York State Assembly. Why does that not count as work? He even said it just then. He goes, he's an assemblyman. Apart from him being an assemblyman, apart from him being an employed, like a politician, why is that such a? Why can't that be considered as part of like having a job? I guess the music stuff, fine, right? If you don't like artists, I get that. Volunteering and field organizing and political stuff, fine. But like having run, because the other claims that this guy's making a lot is just like, this guy's 30, he's going to destroy the most important city in the world, the most important financial district in the world, because he has no political experience. But he does have political experience. I didn't get it. I call my niece aunt rather than cousin. Aunt is more of a title that is earned than given. Even me, a dumb white boy on the edge of civilization, knows that. That's interesting. It's rather earned than given. Zoran? Forget about it.
Any of that concern you about what he's saying, as far as some of those things may not actually align with his personal life, as far as his family being rich? That he
Yeah, I mean that is a valid concern and is a concern I have. That's why like we'll see how it goes. I do think he's like a better option than Andrew Cuomo and like the Republican candidate. But yeah, like he does have his flaws, but I do think he's a far better option.
And now we've made it out here to the Bronx to ask people who they're going to be voting for the mayoral election. Let's see what the people here have to say. Who are you going to be voting for mayor?
Whoever changes the laws.
Who do you think is going to change the laws between Curtis Sliwa, Cuomo, and Mandami?
Mandami.
And why do you want the laws to get changed?
So they can help us young black people.
Who are you voting for mayor?
I'm voting for none of them. They're all corrupted.
Would you vote for any of them?
No, would I? No, I won't.
And what do you think about Cuomo?
Cuomo, they are corrupted.
What about Zoran Mandami?
They all have a history of betrayal and lies.
What about Curtis Sliwa?
Curtis Sliwa? I don't know. I had to think about that one.
Is he a good guy?
We are good.
Do you think his actions speak louder than his words as far as what he's done for New York City for the past few years with Guardian Angels and stuff like that?
I would say so, but I'm not.
Yeah, how many jobs have you had, Nick? And why should people listen to you, kids these days? It's a good question, actually. I wonder how many jobs he's had. Content creator, it counts. Trust me, bro. Trust me.
Sure.
Who are you voting for mayor?
For mayor, I'm voting for his name is like Adlami. What's his name?
Mommy or?
The Arabian one.
Yeah, Zoran Mandami?
Yeah, him.
Who are you voting for mayor?
Oh, Zoran.
And who are you going to vote for?
Cuomo.
And your daughter wants to vote for Mandami.
I don't know. I vote for Cuomo. The older generation tends to go for Cuomo because they feel like he's more experienced, whatever. I just think that the millennials and Gen Z need to take over now. Like all the old people, boomers and all, they gotta go. Like let the new generations take over for office now.
And who are you gonna vote for mayor?
Mum, you gotta go. You gotta go, Mum. That's it. Your days are numbered. Actually, you know what? You're out of the house. That's it.
I think I would vote for Cuomo. What's his name?
And what makes you want to vote for Cuomo?
Well, because he was our governor at one point, and he never did bad.
I don't know, but I'll get back to you on that one. All right. I love you guys. You look great.
I'm so glad he put that guy in there. All right, watch this. This Awaken with JP. Remember we watched him. I haven't seen much of his stuff, but we watched him on a Far Right Friday, and he's interviewed Benjamin Netanyahu. Hey, you didn't see this coming. I can't believe he's interviewed Benjamin Netanyahu. That's crazy. Why the fuck is he interviewing Benjamin Netanyahu? It doesn't make any sense. Oh, he's not. It's not real. It's a joke.
Etc. But America first doesn't mean America alone, because all countries need allies.
Oh, it's a joke. Fuck that. I'm not watching it. No, thank you. That makes more sense. Yeah. All right, let's have a look at this one. So this is a Zoran Mamdani rally. And this is on Channel 5 News. Wonder if this is going to be any good, though. Like, it's pretty close, isn't it? I think the New Yorkers are going to start voting, or like the vote happens on Tuesday for them. So it's like 2 days from now. When was this done? This was done 2nd. So like, yeah, this is yesterday. It's had 500,000 views. God damn. Thank God the Memdami was pissing me off. Eh? Maybe he does it on purpose. Just to get under the skin, hey? Why not? You can add it to the rest of the propaganda he's making. All right, let's do this. Let's see what this is like. Shall we?
All of the real estate that is only used for billionaires, right? That they only come here with, 1/3 of the time or just 1 day a year just to do their little trade. All of those 3-story apartments in downtown Manhattan, in midtown Manhattan, that mostly remain empty. We should take those over. The working class should take those over, and they should give housing to all of the people. There is an incredible housing crisis, right?
You can't afford to fucking live in this town.
Yeah.
Money that people get is not enough to pay rent.
I don't think New York City survives a Mamdani victory. Crime goes up, taxes go up, people leave.
We survived Andrew Cuomo being the governor of this state. We will survive anything, and we are actually going to do more than just survive. We're going to thrive in this city.
Fuck Cuomo, let's go Zoran. We're going to turn this country socialist. Socialism to me means equity, not equality. Unfortunately, we're not all equal. I come from extreme privilege, yo, and I want everyone to have the same privileges that I have. Shout out Andrew Callahan. Y'all doing great work.
The Democratic Party and its establishment has failed us, not only as young people, but as Americans.
New York is an incredibly wealthy city. It's the wealthiest city on the planet. Why is it that we have homeless people? Why is it that we have people without homes, people that can't afford to pay their rent? It's only because the billionaires, this tiny, tiny minority of society, is leeching all of the wealth.
No. Yeah. Let's go Cuomo. Yeah. Let's go Cuomo. We must fight to keep capitalism in our country. Capitalism allows what? Freedom, free enterprise. Mamdani is for control. Government control, which he talks about. He talks about not having private property. He talks about taking back the means of production. He talks about taxing white people more than other kinds of people. Government supermarkets.
Fast and free buses, universal child care, abolish the commodity form, seize the means of production, all that good stuff.
What do you think?
I mean, he's got good policies.
He's hot, he's Muslim, and...
Oh my God. Nick gives off the same vibes as the Ozspill kid, complains about housing due to immigration, but he's a cokehead with rich property developer daddy. Oh, wait, this is the one that you've been speaking about as well, 4AS. That Nick guy. Sorry, no, the Ozspill kid. You've spoken about him and his rich property developer dad before. That woman drinks the Kool-Aid.
From everyone I know, I've heard is he's hung like a donkey. He's Muslim.
All that good stuff.
What do you think?
I mean, he's got good policies.
He's hot, he's Muslim, and from everyone I know, I've heard is he's hung like a donkey.
He backs terrorists.
He's a jihadist.
I think there's a lot of Democrats, especially in swing districts, that shy away from issues such as free Palestine or trans health care or things that may seem scary. But in reality, those issues and Zoran not being afraid to back down is what's keeping his volunteer base here.
You know what? Fuck them. You want to do something? You want to stand up? Start riding bicycles. Buy a rabbit, kill it, eat it. You go hunting season, You go get 2, 3 deers, you chop it up, you take it to your house, you're great for the whole year. That's how I go against the system.
I don't really know nothing about that. I just play basketball all day. Have a wonderful day, y'all.
You guys want weed?
Hell yeah, I think a little bit of weed.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching Channel 5. My name is Andrew Callahan, and this is the first installment of our New York City mayoral election coverage. From a content perspective, we have an action-packed schedule for you guys. From Saddam, live on the streets of Brooklyn, speaking to the people, to the actual infiltration of a private Andrew Cuomo-sponsored young professional luncheon in Manhattan, which, by the way, was hosted by the Cool Girls for Capitalism collective.
I designed the shirt. Shout out to Canva. It says Cool Girls for Capitalism.
I didn't love him when he was governor. I think that he's not handled a lot of things well.
We also have a sit-down interview with the 27-year-old Chi Ose, who is the youngest New York City council member in city history and represents the neighborhoods of Crown Heights and Bed-Stuy.
What a shit name for a shirt. Cool Girls for Capitalism. Man, like I try to be reasonable, but that shirt sucks, man. Why Cool Girls for Capitalism? Nothing more American than casting your God-given right to vote for the bloke with the biggest dick. Yeah, I know, right? And he's hung like a donkey. That's cringy as fuck. The shirt is bad, man. That is a bad shirt. Maybe we should just buy one. I'll wear it on streams. If someone buys one of those shirts, I will fucking wear it on streams. 100%.
Cuomo and Chi Ose segments I just mentioned are hosted by our brave and dedicated social media manager, January 6th participant, John Peter Scatini, aka the homie JP, who's been working behind the scenes at Channel 5 for 4 years, slicing together clips like his life depends on it and keeping the 5 train rolling forward. So shout out to Saddam and JP for their fantastic coverage.
What do you think about Sliwa?
I love Sliwa, yeah.
Oh, please don't be glazing me here, Zora.
I'm sure some of you guys might be thinking, Andrew, this is great, but why the heck weren't you there? Well, compadre, I was down in Mexico shooting original content with our Canal 5 Latinoamerica street team and documenting the festivities surrounding Mexico's glorious Independence Day. Mira.
¡Viva México! ¡Viva México, cabrones! ¡Viva México, cabrones! ¡Viva México!
Exactamente. Hoy en Feliz Cumpleaños a México. Estamos aquí en Nezahualcóyotl con...
Josué, sí, es una fecha especial. Es 15 de septiembre, son las vísperas del grito de independencia, conmemorando que en 1810 fue el grito de Dolores en Guanajuato, donde Miguel Hidalgo y Costilla se levantó en armas para terminar con el régimen español y convertirnos en un país autónomo.
Los españoles les dimos en la madre, vaya.
So, México es un país nuevo.
Podría decirse.
¿Y cómo se va?
Pues ahí va, ahí va.
Feliz cumpleaños a todo este país, un país muy linda. Vamos a hablar con la gente y descubrir qué onda, qué pasa y más importante, qué significa la independencia de México. Vamos. ¿Independencia, sí o no?
Sí.
Sí, sabemos. Ok, gracias.
Jefe, para usted oficialmente.
El mejor, largest counterfeit state of Mexico. Content is available right now on our second channel. Finish all new perspectives and beyond. Sub, a like.
Sorry, hello, what's up? How's it going? Who did you vote for?
Mamdani.
Why?
You know, I hate to say I'm a single issue voter, but I think everything boils down to like an unequal distribution of wealth, and like any candidate that's willing to speak to an ability to make things a little bit more livable for people that are in, you know, the 99.99% of humans, I'm gonna support.
Wow, that was like the most concise response we've gotten yet. That was really, really concise. Imagine you live in a society where political ideas are never more nuanced than a t-shirt slogan. I know, right? Hey? Cool chicks for capitalism. Welcome, Laurie Veal. Welcome.
We will make buses free by replacing the revenue that the MTA currently gets from buses. This is revenue that's around $700 million or so. That's less money than Andrew Cuomo gave to Elon Musk in $959 million in tax credits when he was the governor.
He's pretty witty. You know, he puts his words together just like a nice rapper would.
Go ahead, make a rap for your naughty. It's a rap. Get the guap, spin the rack on your naughty.
He understands his linguistic communicating abilities. And he's been around like-minded individuals. I understand why he's so pressed on the concern with our given times today.
Zoran.
Zora?
Zoran.
Why's that? Why's that?
We need a change. We need something different. Yeah. They always promise us the same old stuff, you know? So we need somebody who could relate, somebody younger, somebody who's willing for change.
I think he's running to make things different, for real. Now everybody's threatened. Because why? Because he's a Muslim.
Now, you know what? I'm not even going to tolerate this. As we all know, the New York skyline was rearranged by jihadists.
It's not just about New York City. It's a battle for the soul of our nation.
This country is about what you are. It's not who you are. It's about what you are.
Mamdani, definitely voting for Mamdani, feel very comfortable voting for him. And it upsets me to see him being framed as a communist, as anti-Semitic. I don't think he's anti-Semitic. He can be pro-Palestinian without being anti-Semitic.
There's hella Jews who are anti-Zionist and who support Zoran, and there's hella New Yorkers who are not crazy, liberal fucking freaks. Whatever the Republican media wants to say, like conservative media, Democratic media. Everybody just wants the best for each other and the people around them, and we want to love each other and just be able to, you know, do our own things in peace.
To understand Zoran's meteoric rise, which was largely carried by social media platforms the establishment calls Gen Z platforms like Instagram and TikTok, it may help to understand the rise of a different New York politician who came before Zoran, using the same tactics.
Okay, we're here. Thank you for your time, for sitting down with us. Could we just start by you telling us your name and your position?
Sure. I'm a New York City Council member, Chiose. I represent the 36th City Council District. That includes Bed-Stuy and Crown Heights and Brooklyn.
Before running for office at 22, Chiose developed a following on social media through his coverage of the BLM protests in New York back in 2020.
The Black Lives Matter movement, really brought me into this world by chance. I took to the streets after, the first 48 hours after George Floyd was murdered and started documenting a lot of what was happening on the ground in the streets of New York City at these protests and seeing a lot of crazy shit, right? Like police pepper spraying people and hitting people with their cars and knocking people with barricades. And none of this was being documented on, MSNBC and CNN, right? We were seeing a lot of looting, and I was just using my iPhone to live stream. There was a lot of Instagram Live back then, and posting on social media, and people were following and watching what I was doing. And I started speaking at some of these protests just about, a lot of the inequities within our city, especially when it came to budget matters, and started organizing with some people on the ground who were sharing some of the same sentiments that I was. I decided to run for city council myself, and ran an extremely grassroots campaign, was 22 years old when I first launched, ran against a 40-year Democratic establishment, utilized very different strategies in running a city council race, and I think we were running it like we thought we were running for president of the United States, and learned a lot in the process and ended up winning and getting elected at 23 years old. So,
and you were the youngest city councilman in the history of the city, right?
Yeah,
That's at least on Wikipedia.
That's what people say. I like to claim that, but there is this one dude. His name is William Rivera. He was a council member up in the Bronx, who I think got elected at 22.
Okay.
But his dad was the council member before him.
Okay.
So I'm maybe the youngest council member without
some
political
family
nepotism.
connection.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool. We'll let you claim it. I think.
Cut that shit. Yeah. I'm youngest council member in history.
When did you first meet Zoran?
Oh man, I think I met Zoran at a New York Working Families Party rally post 2021 election, and I know he recently got elected as a state assembly member, and I didn't really get to know him throughout my run for office. He still is an assembly member, based out of Queens. And at the time of doing that, no one was using video in politics in the way that I was, right?
It's not just your landlord. A literal government board decides how much to jack up your rent. And you know what they decided? They want to raise your rent by as much as 16%. New Yorkers' wages aren't even going up by 16%. But we still have hope. The RGB is responsive to public pressure, which is why we need to show up to the next meeting.
And, I started using TikTok and Instagram Reels to not only organize around the Rent Guidelines Board, but started using it to get people involved in pushing a bill that I got passed called the FAIR Act, which banned forced broker fees in New York City. And it was the first time that an elected official in the city or state was speaking to people directly through these mediums that got them excited, that got them organized, that got them to, call their council members, tell them to sign on to the bills, that got people to show up to city council hearings and testify in support of these bills.
Without relying on any of New York's traditional guarded media outlets, Chi was able to draw crowds of thousands of people at a moment's notice, effectively respond to criticism from the press, spread the message, and get people voting with only the power of his phone.
Not relying on like local news stations or op-eds that no one reads, right? Having a tool at my disposal where I'm able to change the narrative or combat narratives or create my own narratives through social media and through building an audience through that social media or through those social media platforms was essential in passing this bill. I was pushing this bill that was being contested against by a multi-million-dollar lobbying group. The Real Estate Board of New York, who basically runs a lot of, our politicians and government within the city, really did not want this bill to pass, right? And other council members of the past and state electeds of the past tried to pass bills around this, but were never successful, right? Because of big money, because of the Real Estate Board of New York. And I understood that going into this, right? Whether it was, them trying to threaten my colleagues for signing onto the bill, them trying to, frame their own narrative about how bad this bill would be for other reasons, aside from the fact that they would lose money. But I was given a position and built a platform where I was able to combat all of that through a device in my hands, right? And I was able to out-organize them through narrative, through media, and through how I communicated. And people trusted me. People aided in my efforts in building a public pressure campaign that aided in getting this bill passed. I remember when there was, after I passed the bill and whatnot, I remember when there was talk about, Zoran, running for mayor. And we sat down, I want to say July of 2024. This was, I think, after my hearing with the bill. And then we sat down and he, told me that he was deeply inspired by the social media strategy that my team has, and I have been, doing for a couple years, and, was asking that, well, first and foremost, was telling me about his plan to run for mayor. And at first I was like, this motherfucker's a little crazy to be it was there was just so many other dynamics at the time. And I think that's what makes this moment so amazing, right? Is that not only did he pull it off, but he really proved to all of us that, this was a campaign to believe in, right? And he was asking for some advice on just how to navigate that space.
Shortly after the meeting, acting on Chi's advice, Zoran and his digital team of internet-savvy New Yorkers put together a social media campaign that was as effective as it was simple, focusing on one keyword: affordability.
Let's talk about the housing crisis. New York City is a majority tenant town, but too often our government works for the landlords. It's time to take the power back and build housing for the many. Let's get to work.
For context, if you're watching this from, Grand Platte, Nebraska, Manhattan is twice as expensive as any other city in the US. The average rent is $5,450 per month. Comparatively, minimum wage in New York City is around $35,000 per year. Before taxes. After taxes, it's about $25,000 per year, which is equivalent to 5.5 months of rent in Manhattan. Of course, not everybody in New York lives in Manhattan, and most people make above minimum wage. But according to a recent Cornell University report, only 30% of New Yorkers make what's called a living wage, which means enough money to cover basic needs on top of housing, like food, healthcare, and transportation. Now, contrast this with the fact that New York has had so-called progressive Democrat mayors in office for the past 12 years.
Because of that, I think people are waking up and seeing that those Democrats who are bought and paid for are not the right leadership that we need to not only oppose fascism and Donald Trump and the right, but show themselves as being a better alternative and bettering our lives and bettering our public institutions.
What do you think of Andrew Cuomo?
He's pathetic. He's full of shit. And
Savage, eh? He's pathetic. Just call him a piece of shit, but calling someone pathetic is it's next level, right? There's no coming back from that.
Gonna lose really big, and I'm really excited to see him lose and never hear from him again.
What are your feelings about Cuomo?
Anyone that's going to vote for someone that has 13 credible counts of sexual harassment is a fool, and anyone that doesn't recognize who is funding his campaign is also a fool.
Well, who's funding his campaign?
Like all of the top Trump donors. Bill Ackman is like a huge sponsor of his campaign. Just people that, again, on purpose live in the shadows because they're voting with money. They're not voting with politics.
Alex Karp of Palantir backed him up, sent some money over to him. And, you know, that's unacceptable, especially with like how like Alex Karp and Palantir is all typed up in the Trump administration.
I wonder if that's true. Why would Alex Karp care about him? Did Alex Karp of Palantir send money to fund Cuomo's campaign? There's credible reporting that Alex Karp contributed money to support the campaign of Cuomo. According to the article by Gizmodo, Karp made a donation of $90,000 to a super PAC backing Cuomo's mayoral campaign. Another outlet notes that Karp is among several billionaires backing Cuomo's campaign. Interesting. The donation was not reported as being made directly to Cuomo's campaign committee, but rather a super PAC / independent expenditure group that supports him. Yeah, okay, fine. Fair enough. Damn, 90 grand. Is Alex Karp a resident of New York City? Oh. Born in New York, raised in Philadelphia. He's currently in New Hampshire currently. He splits his time between California and New Hampshire. But I wonder why he's going for Cuomo then. Interesting.
We can't have that in New York City. You know, we got to go up against that.
I think Cuomo's part of the old guard, and I think we need a big change in the city.
Do you feel like Cuomo's too old, or what?
He's just not it at all.
Cuomo, he had his time, man. He was the governor, now he wants to run for mayor. Why? Why? Because you know why? He misses that power. He misses that authority, because that's what it's about, authority.
Despite the enthusiastic energy given by some people in the streets of Brooklyn, Saddam also noticed a lot of apathy and picked up on a sense of jaded disillusionment as to the possibility of real change in the quality of life.
I don't believe anybody.
Right.
Because they're all crooks anyway. They do everything for themselves anyway.
Yeah.
So, blue and white, Yankees all day.
I don't really know nothing about that. I just play basketball all day. That's all I really do. Have a wonderful day, y'all.
Cuomo or Mamdani?
I don't even know, man. I'm not really into that right now.
Oh, all right.
Sorry about that, man.
Cuomo or Mamdani?
Neither one.
Everybody's for sale. Everybody's gonna get bought at that title. So no matter what you do, it's always gonna be the same end result.
Yeah, because it's like everything's fucked. So we just watched South Park, and you know, it's easier to deal with life that way.
Yeah.
Could you ever
Hard to
trust
deal with
any
it.
politician ever for real? Probably not. Everybody just needs to get a little more stoned.
Yeah. Do you guys want weed?
I don't take any side.
You don't take any side?
I don't take any side.
Okay.
Yet beneath the mask of nihilism came several sage tidbits of wisdom.
Pain comes from a lack of understanding. Once you figure out and sit in your feelings and find clarity with the situation that you're going through, your pain will go away because you will start to understand where it's coming from.
You got opportunities here. And if you don't take advantage of that, then I don't know what to tell you, you know? And for all these American people, you wanna do something, you wanna stand up, buy yourself a bicycle. Everybody, this whole country, start riding bicycles. You get healthy, you breathe better, you save money. On top of that, start growing your own vegetables. Start growing your own fruits. You understand? Buy a rabbit, kill it, eat it. You go hunting season, you go get 2 or 3 deers, you chop it up, you take it to your house, you're great for the whole year. You don't need cows, you don't need chicken, all right? You don't need eggs. That's how I go against the system. I don't eat eggs. Eggs is $10 a dozen. You know what? I could do without it. So think about it, people. This is how we're gonna fight this country, the politicians, and their decisions on what they want to do with us. We decide what we want to do with us. I decide what I do with me. Not the mayor, not the governor.
This is pretty interesting. Okay, live an independent existence, live outside of the system, don't rely as much on the market as possible to provide for your sustenance. And you will do better. You will end up being more independent that way as well. It's a very interesting take. I don't think everyone in the entirety of America, all 330 million people, could go out and kill 2 deer and store it away in their freezer. But I get it. I get the idea.
Me.
It's important to remember that sometimes, no matter what's going on, whether we're on the brink of nuclear warfare or a natural disaster, a solid fraction of the population is living in their own world at all times. For real. Anyways, as the New York City mayoral race has heated up, we've seen every type of mainstream institution try and influence things one way or another. And depending on which network you watch in the morning, you were either attending a rally for justice or participating in a leftist mob takeover of the streets. That's the thing about how major outlets frame politics right now. Narratives are crafted in boardrooms, far, far away from the people actually living the reality they speak about. And what you're shown on TV or in the newspapers often has more to do with agenda than it does accuracy. So naturally, before me, Saddam, or JP put boots on the ground, we get informed using what you might ask, ground news. For example, the left-leaning CNN headline about the rally.
There you go. He's advocating for ground news. I wonder if anyone has any comments on that in this channel. I know people in this community fucking hate ground news with a passion. And we watched that thing the other day that 4IS suggested. Well, I can't remember what that guy's name was. But he was just like, I just want to take a moment to say something about ground news. Fuck ground news. That was the best part of that video that we watched. That was so good. I think he's like named Sunday Prime or something. President Sunday. Yeah, it's so good. Fuck ground news. I just want to say one thing about ground news. Fuck yeah, there it is. It's all, everyone's come out of the woodwork now for that one. Poor Andrew Callahan. No, can't help himself. They must be paying big bucks. Big buckaroonies. Fuck ground.
Or click the link below to sign up. Supporting Ground News helps to support us, which means dictated by corporate interests. I tell you what vibes from Brooklyn. All right, sounds good. Back to New York City. After catching a mosaic of vibes from Brooklynites, Saddam headed to Forest Hills, Queens, to the Zoran, Bernie Sanders, and AOC rally, where he was first met by a local communist outside, slanging newspapers for the people.
I am a communist. Yes, I'm with the Revolutionary Communists of America. I think that a lot of New Yorkers see Zoran as a glimmer of hope.
On Channel 5, eh?
In a vast political landscape which is totally barren. The fact that he's, talking about affordability, he's talking about cheaper rent, he's talking about, cheaper rent, cheaper grocery prices, right? I think that that is all something that is worth fighting for. The only problem is, how do we actually get that? How do we actually make that happen, right? And what we are here to say is that Zoran should decide who his enemies are and who his friends are. And we think that his enemies are the establishment Democrats, the Democratic Party as a whole, who is going to try to drag him down and prevent him from actually meeting his policies, because cheaper rent means going against the landlords, right? It means going against the interests of quite powerful landlords in the city of New York. It means going against the grocery store capitalists, which have quite a powerful lobby, right? One of the grocery store bosses, he said of Gristedes, right? He said that he was going to pull out of New York City if Zoran won, right? We would say, sure, pull out, and we will take over your grocery stores, right? And we will use them for cheaper groceries, and we will take over the entire food industry, because that's something that can be done if the working class is organized.
And then the working class people will have no place to eat and no place to buy their food. Because the working class people, some of whom get EBT and some who don't, rely upon good grocery stores with good food, with good produce, and not the government that doesn't even know how to run a grocery store. In New York, they haven't run grocery stores. They do have food pantries, but people need proper grocery stores.
What a nosy woman. Who fucking asked you? Seriously. Eh? Let the communists finish, then we'll get onto the pro-capitalist side of things. Eh? Nosy. Look, this is what happens when you have political freedoms. People come in there, giving you their opinions. Outrageous.
With fresh, good, reliable food for themselves.
Though obviously a minority, the Cuomo supporters who did show up to the Zoran rally to protest were among some.
When does Zoran win and start imploding New York City? I don't know. You're like 2 or 3 days or something like that. Is that right? Yeah, I think so. Like 2 days.
Some of the most vocal.
Andrew Cuomo is a lifelong New Yorker. He grew up in Queens, just a couple of miles from here. On a nice day, you could walk there. He's an experienced, knowledgeable
You should be.
person who has brought good programs and good architecture projects into the city and into the state. LaGuardia Airport, different bridges, the train station, and other things also over the years. So no, he is not a perfect person, and neither am I. Neither is anybody. But we have choices of who is on the ballot. And Mamdani has no background, no experience, no knowledge, and he keeps doing things to incite.
See,
to
I don't get that
different
argument. Yeah, people say like the no experience one. It's like when you go for a job and then someone says that you have to have like 5 years experience or something to get the job. And it's like almost entry-level job, right? Or it's appropriate for entry-level people. And you're like, well, fuck, how do I get the experience to get the job? This is outrageous, all right? Like, who has experience at being the New York mayor until they're the New York mayor? It's a paradox. It's a difficult situation. How do you navigate that one? Do we just let the current mayor go on until they die? And then who replaces them when there's someone who doesn't have any experience? As much as I hate Mamdani, there's always a silver lining. The Jews really seem to hate him. Well, that's not true. We saw some Jewish people being interviewed before, and they were all for Mamdani. When will these capitalists learn? You don't mess with the Zoran. The movie was set in New York City and everything. What's the reference? I know you've brought this up before, but what's the reference? Please remind me.
Groups to be fighting one another. And I'm Jewish. Even if I wasn't Jewish, I would feel this way. He is inciting. And if you call him on any of those things, he says, oh, it's an Islamophobia. Everybody is afraid of the Muslims or doesn't like Muslims. And Cuomo believes in bringing everyone together. I was just at a rally and that's what he spoke about.
ADMA, Sandler. Which one, though? I want to know. I want to know the reference. MDMA, Sandler?
About
black, white, brown, public unions, private unions, middle class, all together, fighting for fairness and justice and the values that this country represents.
Has Mamdani ever even worked in a supermarket, let alone run a supermarket? He doesn't know the first thing about food distribution, keeping fresh food on the shelves, managing the supermarket. There's a lot involved because we're dealing with public health. And what's the underlying assumption with all residential real estate? I used to be a real estate accountant. That's why I'm just not speaking off the top of my head here. Is that the tenants pay the expenses in the building, but the costs of everything are going up. The utilities, the maintenance, the staff. We cannot just have a rent freeze because what happens when the rent is too low, the maintenance in the building.
Can I get a word in?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that what we are seeing in the city is a rent crisis beyond any scale. I mean, rent has been going up year after year after year. And yeah, it is incredibly unaffordable, right? And I think that actually I would support a rent freeze, right? What I would support even more.
Lazy fuck won't even remove the outlet cover. What a piece of shit. What outlet cover? What are you talking about? Are you talking about the newspaper that he's holding?
Is capping at rent at 10%. This lady...
Oh, when they were painting just then? Yeah, I was like, what the fuck is going on there? Yeah, why would they paint like that? It must have been, I don't know. Obviously, these people don't know how to paint.
she's saying that she's worked in real estate, then you might know that there is a tremendous amount of real estate that is totally empty in the city. The amount of commercial real estate in downtown New York is tremendous.
Let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon.
Let's go, Cuomo. Let's go, Cuomo.
I'm only supporting Cuomo because Sliwa can't win.
I respect him, but 13 is an interesting number.
I'm here as a pro-Israel anti-socialist protesting Mamdani and his cohorts who have come to my neighborhood to spew their nonsense about socialism and anti-Zionism.
He's a jihadist.
Well, he certainly won't denounce the jihadists, that's for sure.
Shithole, just from the place he came from, a freaking shithole. And he wants to spread his socialism, communism, jihadists.
Do you think people will leave if Mamdani wins?
You know what? A lot of people have a lot of money invested here. We'll survive him. We survived de Blasio. We'll survive, right? It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough, but we'll survive. We're not
She's wearing a shirt that says the Israeli Defense Force on it. Wow. Hey? And he's from a shithole country. Hey? Some dirty African country. Gosh. Like, wow. What a character she is. Man. I can't read that out. I can't read that out. Well, she'd give it some good energy, I'm sure. She's got that vitality going, that's for sure.
We don't run. We don't run. We're not running. Jews don't run.
All the taxes that he expects to collect to pay for all his free
IDF!
Like, is she American or is she like pro-Israel? Like, in the sense that she's calling out the IDF. Does she support, whose military does she support more? Hey, the American military or the IDF? Which one is it, lady?
IDF! 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 IDF!
I know.
IDF! IDF!
After catching some of the worst vibes imaginable, Saddam decided it was time to go inside to the rally and see what's up.
I would define socialism with community. I think socialism is actually caring about the community you live in. And
that lady looks like one of those weird puppets from Team America. But she did have a very interesting look, didn't she? The glasses. Yeah, it was a very interesting look. I must admit, you're right there. All right, for anyone who's new in the chat and who's been hanging out, or who has been here before and doesn't know, come join the Discord community, and come and drop your propaganda and have some discussions with us, please. And if you're watching this for the first time, you're enjoying the channel, make sure you like and subscribe too. Jews don't run, they tactically withdraw and then call in airstrikes. Savage. All right, in Dr. Nathan, if you're listening to this, if you're still there in Dr. Nathan, let me know, please. And let me know if you're ready. For anyone who's watching this right now, if you're over in YouTube land and you want to continue the party, the afters after the afters is going to be with Your Revolutionary and mine in Dr. Nathan. And so come over to Twitch and we're going to raid in like 2 minutes. I'm just going to see where this goes.
Involved with. So when I hear Zoran actually express the values of socialism, they actually...
Wait, what did he describe socialism as?
I would define socialism with community. I think socialism is actually caring about the community you live in and are involved with. So when I hear Zoran actually express the values of socialism, they actually sound helpful. They sound communal. It's like, do we want to all survive and live in this together healthily or not?
You know, it's too expensive to live.
I think the Democratic Party has a bit of an identity crisis, and the younger generation is speaking up as loudly as it knows how to. And if the older generation isn't listening, we're going to have a problem. And the thing is, like, if they actually want our vote, which by the way they do, they need it, then they got to listen to it, man. And we're speaking for AOC, we're speaking for Zoran, we're speaking with Bernie. And yeah, man, I think partnership, it lies with this. I think Zoran represents a big change.
He's not afraid to embrace tough issues like Israel-Palestine. He was quick to say it's a genocide, it's apartheid, in a way, in a time that like people were not willing to face that sort of criticism about Israel.
And I also think
Did we see that guy talking before? Was he talking to Nick Shirley before, that guy? Or was he earlier in this piece? I wonder if he's the same guy that Nick Shirley was talking to before. I wonder. Maybe we saw him speaking earlier. I wonder if it was. Anyway, we're going to leave it there for now. And so we're going to go over and raid. So if you've been watching this and hanging out for the afters, thank you very much. It's been enjoyable. Thank you for your interactions today. Do appreciate it. And we'll be back again tomorrow. Same time, same place. And yeah, we're going to go over now to Twitch World. And we're going to be raiding out. So where are we? I'm going to set that up. So thank you everyone for joining. Like I said, your time is running out. Quickly go over to Twitch and you can join the raid because we're going to go over to Indoctrinathan's channel now, and he's going to take over for the afters of the afters because it's that time of the evening. So thank you very much, and we'll be back tomorrow. And until next time, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. I will see you on the morrow. Let's go raid, shall we? We've got 2, 3 people, 4 people ready to raid. In 3, 2, 1. See you later, everyone.